This is a presentation of the Oklahoma Sports Network.
Any other use of this telecast, or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the Oklahoma Sports Network's consent is prohibited. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be used without express written consent.
All right, welcome to Cameron Stadium. It's Rich Frederick with the Oklahoma Sports Network. Your home for Highlanders soccer. So we're getting ready for some soccer between Santa Fe South High School from up in Oklahoma City and the Lawton Macarthur Lady Highlanders going to kick off tonight. For the Lady Highlanders, it's a huge match, looking at a playoff spot and kind of determining if they play against a number 1 seed or a number 2 seed when the playoffs start. So kind of a big deal for them. I got John Burke in the booth with me right now, and Kobe is making his way up the stairs. If you know Cameron Stadium, you know that is a trek. So we're going to let him get up here and catch his breath before he can get on the mic there. But it looks like we're starting to get ready to get things kicked off. So sponsored tonight by the Lawton Marketing Group as usual. So we're going to take just a brief break. I'm going to let you just kind of watch the ladies warm up a little bit, and I will be back with you briefly. All right, we're back with you with the Oklahoma Sports Network. Rich Frederick. Kobe Edwards has joined us. He made the trek up the stairs. He has had some time to catch his breath.
It's helpful. I'll tell you what.
We are here, the home of Macarthur Highlander Soccer, brought to you by the Lawton Marketing Group. So Bart Scroggins, the next booth over, about to announce the starters. I almost said seniors.
Senior night still.
My words the last few games just have not come easily. But, yeah, so you'll be able to see the seniors, or the starters. Here we go. Boy, oh, boy.
The starters are coming out.
You'll see the starters coming out here. So we do have a couple of special guests that we're going to talk to this evening. It should be interesting talks.
Who all we got coming our way? Or are you keeping a lid on that and keeping it top secret?
We'll get to that.
Okay. We'll top secret action for a while at least.
We'll let them come on when they come on. It's a little bit of an unusual interview. I mean, we didn't do it all last year, so we'll keep a lid on it.
All right.
So the Santa Fe South ladies seem to have been struggling this year. Kobe, what are you hoping to see out of the Macarthur ladies?
Man, I hope they come out unified. There's been some tension, I think. The last loss was a tough one. And so I'd like to just see them set all that aside for the sake of the team and for the sake of, this last game of the regular season, and come out and play for each other, play for their parents, and play for their coach.
Yeah, so and this game is going to determine whether they go see Bishop McGuinness or Piedmont.
That's right.
There's a huge difference there, honestly.
There's a huge difference
for our ladies. And last year we saw Bishop McGuinness in the second round of the playoffs. They're good.
Yeah.
Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They are good.
They're a very talented, very deep team, and if things go well, you're likely to have to face them one way or the other. But you'd like to postpone that as long as possible, and anything could happen. So maybe you don't end up having to face them.
As far as mentally though, facing a good team like that deeper into the playoffs, when you already had that confidence of a couple of playoff wins,
totally agree.
It's a much bigger deal.
Totally agree.
Stand up.
All right.
And that song right there is a good sign that we're about to kick off and play some soccer here. So last game of the season, and like you said, just playing a good unified game for the ladies, I think will be huge going into the playoffs.
Yeah.
No matter who they have to face in the playoffs, just getting that cohesion back,
Yeah, well, especially, to your point, I think not just with an eye like I was having towards the end of the regular season, but an eye towards knowing that we are going to the playoffs one way or the other. It's just a matter of who we're going to face. So, we really need to start putting that together and start our playoff run right now. Put a good game together, something to build on.
That and the confidence going in.
It's huge.
You know, if you go in, even if you win this a 1-0 game and you struggle through the game and you barely pull it out, that's not a confidence builder.
Right.
But if you come out here and it's a 4-1 game or a 5-1 game or something of that nature, you know, that's huge going into next week or whenever the playoffs start there.
100%, yeah. I mean, to not be limping into the playoffs, but to be feeling like everything's connecting, everything's working, I think is a really big deal, and
absolutely
will only help down the road.
Absolutely. Looks like Santa Fe South is going to be getting the initial kickoff, playing in their white kits, going right to left on your screen. Macarthur Highlanders, or the Lady Highlanders, in black, going left to right on your screen. Good news to see Michaela Burkhart back out on the field tonight. Already making an impact, putting high pressure on that defense at Santa Fe South. And she receives the ball in the box, trying to make a turn. Trying to find someone inside there. Ella Capuccio.
Good ball movement already.
Great ball movement, and I'd say like here, Aspen, put a hit on it. You know, from that area of the field.
Totally.
Just
she can score from there for sure.
See what the keeper has. Mm-hmm. You know, see how mobile the keeper is.
Well, and you catch them not quite ready, and that's a nice.
Michaela with a nice little
chance.
Attempt there. I don't know if she was trying to shoot it or cross it. Either way, I wouldn't have been upset with either decision there.
Nope. Great to see her back, and you can see she's back, just ready to go. Full effort.
Full tilt.
Yep.
Yeah. That's one thing about Michaela. It doesn't matter how deep into the game or how long of a rest she's had. She is one gear.
Yeah.
And that is fast.
That's right.
When we talk about the effort plays and stuff of that nature, that is Michaela.
Looks like we've got a objection to the ball, maybe.
Might have a deflate gate type situation going on here.
Flat.
Some Tom Brady action.
Michaela likes it with 1/3 of a pound less pressure than they're supposed to be, apparently.
Good work by the Lady Highlanders to control the ball off the Santa Fe goal kick. And Jazz steps in big time in the midfield there, getting a counterattack on for her team. I think Alexis just tried to take on one too many there.
Well, she was just met head on and got shut down. She looks to be aggressive, though, right out of the gate today.
Yeah, I think her, Michaela, Ella, all of them are looking towards goal early here. So,
well, and to see them all three up top like this, I think, that's definitely not a look we've seen a lot of, and that may be a unique look for them. That's a lot of scoring potential.
Yeah,
with all three of those ladies on the field at the same time.
And to credit Coach, just knowing what you need to do.
Yep.
Understanding that, we can only get 4 points, and, our goal differential and stuff. The max is 4 that you really get points for, but if we can get more than that, we can really go into, like we were talking about, going into playoffs with confidence and and just a boost.
Yeah, and just practice scoring. It's not the easiest thing in the world to get a score, and so if you can put look at this.
Here's Michaela through. Good ball by Ella Capuccio to put Michaela through, and Michaela goes just wide.
Gosh, like to have that.
Pretty
back.
good play by the goalkeeper though to come out and make the goal small.
Yep. Good work by Capuccio there to bring the challenge early. They never even got the ball out of the box.
Awesome. Sorry, I was looking at my phone. Here I am, just like the kids, not paying attention, looking at my phone.
What are we going to do with you, man?
I don't know.
Trying to make it senior night again on your phone.
Michaela Burkhart earning the corner kick for the Lady Highlanders there. And she can serve these in pretty nicely.
She can. That was a good look there, too.
Good hustle by Kaylee Moody.
Got us another corner.
Yes. And Michaela Burkhart's back on this side over the ball. Aspen sneaking in that backside.
Oh, gosh.
And good attempt on goal there by Capuccio.
Yes, it was. You take that.
And way to follow it up by Zoe Martin. I mean,
yeah, I liked all of that.
You can't be upset with the girls for the other goalkeeper playing well.
Right. I mean, they did what you want them to do. You know, that ball comes in, let's get a touch on it towards the goal and see what happens. And they did exactly that.
Ella Capuccio trying to work the ball forward. Makes a really nice little ball in there to Michaela Burkhart. Michaela's going to fight.
She's ready.
Tooth and nail to keep the ball. It drops back to Kaylee Moody. Kaylee tries to put it across. Good work by Jazz in the midfield.
What a move.
And just taking them on herself. Gets a ball in, and Ella Capuccio tries to finish that in the middle.
Gosh.
Well defended, though.
But once again, Capuccio's right there, got a body on it, and like you said, it was just beautifully defended. But what a great cross into the box, and Capuccio just in the right spot and able to.
She's getting at least one tonight.
Yeah, man, she started like she's going to. That's for sure.
Kaylee mishandled that one, but Burkhart's able to get on it quick, earns the corner. Wise play, playing it off of the Santa Fe South defender.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you see the ladies or the kids in general, just try and beat right there, as opposed to, let's play it off of them, get us a nice set piece.
Jazz looking for another header off a corner. She got the header, it just didn't find the net, but well done. Better goal kick out this time.
Yeah. Layla overran it just a little bit, misjudged it, but was able to usher it out for a Highlander throw. Just poised effort, I think, by the Lady Highlanders so far. Nothing rushed.
I think that's exactly the right word, poised. They just look totally under control, totally put together, working as a team, a lot of good ball movement.
The hustle plays when they need the hustle plays, but the slowing the play down and possessing when they need to do that also.
That's exactly right. Nice deflection for us there.
Kayla makes another hustle play into the box.
I think she was trying to play that off the defender there. It did not look like she was trying to cross it. It looked
couldn't
like
quite get her hips around it, though.
Hoping she could just bounce it off 17 and just missed her.
I don't know. Maybe the Santa Fe defenders are getting wise to that now.
Got a wrestling match going on behind the goal box back there.
Yeah.
No, they're just watching.
That's a good idea. Ball played in by Santa Fe South. Not really much pressure, though, and Ruby easily takes care of that. That ball's in, and Michaela Burkhart's on the run. Goalkeeper's going to come out, and it's going to... ball played perfectly across, And what I tell you, Ella Capuccio nets one home for the Highlanders.
Once again, Capuccio is in the perfect spot, man. She has just been right in the right spot all night.
Yes, sir. This time, no defender on her to give any problems either.
And kudos to Michaela for making the cross, not trying to force a shot when you've got the keeper coming out aggressive, and you've got a runner with you. You know, utilize them, and she did, and it was a perfect cross, perfect pace, right to Capuccio, and man, that was awesome.
Still not happy with the ball situation.
It's nice to get one early. Something to build on.
Less than 10 minutes into the match, so we got 31 minutes left in the first half here. And just to be able to get that within the first 10 minutes and put some pressure on. I know we've talked a lot of the season about the Lady Highlanders starting flat-footed and kind of sluggish. There's another good ball into the corner for Kaylee to work with. Plays off to Santa Fe South defender. They're going to elect to go with the long throw from Aspen.
Good throw, dang. Just needed somebody on the backside. I don't think they expected it to go that far.
No, I don't think so, because Ella Capuccio even came closer before she threw it. It's a good little ball there from Santa Fe South. A good run on.
I'm going to call that out.
They called that one out. I'll be honest, I don't think it went out. And the AR didn't put his flag up. But kind of credit to Aspen for putting her hand up and saying, that's ours, that's ours.
Did she? I missed it. I was looking at the side judge.
She sure did.
And
which kind of helped, push the issue a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
And make him make that call. Me as a referee, though, I would have probably told her, look, you play the game, I'll call it. That ball's in, and Ruby's going to come out and scoop it up easily. Ruby Ann's a young lady that has come such a long way from her freshman year. And that ball, perfect 1-2 between Kaylee and Michaela.
Oh, one more. It's great.
Oh, just wide from Michaela Burkhart.
It was.
Great passing. That ball moved up the field, and I think it was a max of 2 touches from each player.
I love it is just great passing, the selfless play. Everybody up top seems like they're in it together, and not to a fault. They're not giving it away when they should be shooting it. They're taking their shots when they've got it, but they're working the ball up the field, and they're doing exactly what you want them to do.
And it's kind of what you talked about earlier with playing unified as opposed to, cliquish or for yourself. I've seen the teams where this group of girls won't pass to this group.
Right.
Actually, it was boys.
Right.
This group of boys won't pass to this group of boys. And
right.
It tears a team basically in half.
Well, and you play a man down, essentially.
Yeah.
Or more.
Uh-huh.
It's silly, really. Even if there's good reason off the field for it, you're only hurting yourself on the field.
Yeah, so when I was coaching, I always used to tell the boys, look, I don't care if you get along outside these lines.
Right.
Right. When you step up to my practice and we step on the field, you're all friends.
That's right.
Whatever happens outside the field, if you're not friends, you're not friends. But if you bring that onto my field, then we'll work it out of you.
Right. That's right. We're going to have a problem, and we're going to have to resolve that. So, and we've got some ways we can do that.
And that's a beautiful ball over the top by Zoe Martin.
Gosh.
Michaela Burkhart on it again. And, that's a nice save by the goalkeeper.
It was.
Looks like the goalkeeper's injured a little bit there. Wonder if they're going to look at that. Alexis going to hit that one from distance, and that goes just wide right.
It was a good decision.
You think the Santa Fe coach is going to get another goalkeeper ready here? Or?
I mean, if it were me, I'd be getting them ready, and I'd be giving my keeper some time to work it out. Cause
yeah, I'd at least put someone in there to get her off the field to talk to her and find out what's going on.
Making the move to your second's not always a
what a move by Jazz to be able to get that cross in. Comes across, and Kaylee Moody makes it 2-0 for the Lady Highlanders. What a ball in by Jazz, and I think Michaela Burkhart flicked it on to Kaylee. Great job there, just by the team.
That was awesome. Beautifully done. All right, so that takes us up 2-0, 26 and a half left in the match, or first half.
That ball sent long and wide by Santa Fe South. What a great play, though, down here to get that goal.
It was awesome.
And the move that Jazz made out on the wing.
Also awesome.
In the wing area there to be able to get the cross in. Ruby Ann handles that cross easily. Looks like
calling that off.
The referee's calling the offside.
Or out. Okay. Saying it went out. Boy, I did not see that.
No, but you got Adrian over there with the well-trained eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you get that wrong. I just missed it.
Kaylee Moody with the quick throw sees
I like it.
Michaela with a mismatch there. Puts a couple touches on, tries to get the ball fed to the middle. Ella Capuccio is looking to try and get another one. Now, I would not be at all surprised if she does come away with at least one more in this match.
Well, she had another one where she was just almost in the right spot. She was a yard off. She was making the run in. I mean, it was so close. She's having a phenomenal game so far. Good ball.
I just think the Santa Fe South girls are not prepared to deal with the speed of the Lady Highlanders.
Oof.
And that speed is throughout, too, from top to back.
Yeah. Got a foul here, right at about the 10. Aspen went to dispossess her and missed the ball altogether and just
but
almost dispossessed her of her legs.
Making a good physical play like that is...
Thankfully, it was out of the box.
A good thing. That's a great service there by number 14 from Santa Fe South. Just didn't really find anyone on the back end there. The Santa Fe South goalkeeper seems to be kneeling down or sitting down every chance she gets. Really hobbled back there.
They're definitely not warming up a backup or anything, so this could definitely have a chance here.
There we go with Michaela Burkhart on the breakaway. She's going to try to add her name to the tally sheet. And just wide. She has been so close this game.
That's got to be, 4 shots for her, though?
Yeah.
She was just
and all of them within a foot or two.
Yeah. She's probably just a foot short there, foot wide.
We got Elena Burke coming in.
So it'll be a Mac throw in.
On the far side there. It looks like Kaylee Moody moved from the right side to the left side and
Alexis came
giving
out.
Alexis a little bit of a break.
And Elena Burke went in for the right.
Ball's out for a Santa Fe South throw in. I guess they'd be the Lady Saints.
I think that's right. It's a little easier than Santa Fe South. The Lady Saints.
Yeah.
I like it. There.
I didn't even know until today what their mascot was, to be honest.
So they're trying to get a little give and go working there, and it was just well defended.
Good job by Elena to cut that one out in the middle of the field there. That goalkeeper's trying to limp across there. Good thing she got a head start and didn't have as far to go.
She's still.
Ella Capuccio has some speed on her.
She does. Keeper's doing much better. She's still gimpy, but she's moving much better than she was.
Like she had to kind of work it out a little bit. And like I said, me as a coach, I would have been much more comfortable with her working that out on the sideline while letting the number 2 play.
And I would have taken the opposite approach. I would have left her in. And let's see if we can't accelerate this process.
And I guess it depends on
the injury. Depends on what your number 2
what the number 2
looks like.
Because like we got Ella Isaacson over here with the Lady Highlanders, and
that's totally different.
I would have no issue, putting her in there.
Totally different. Yeah, I agree.
And same with the men. We had Anthony playing last game because Frank was unavailable because of a red card. Another shot goes over the goal there by Ella Capuccio.
Well, she got a hold of it, though.
Yes, she did. But
yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. You've got a strong number 2, somebody that can come in and not give you any letdown or not much letdown or fall off.
Hold their own.
Yeah.
Hold their own until we can make sure that number 1's good to go.
Am I better with a hobbled one or
a hobbled one or a healthy two?
It's not just as a situational decision, I think, depending on your team and what your number 2 looks like and how hobbled your number 1 is. Oh. Good rotation by the back line there. Aspen
very good. They've been doing that all year, too. I'm just very impressed with the way they're able to rotate in the back line there.
Yeah, they work well together. 3 of the girls have used to play club ball together. 2 of them still do play club ball together. Aspen and Avery. And then Layla used to play club ball, and they've spent a lot of time together, done work on the field for a long time together. Great work by Jasmine.
Good job by Aspen to step in there and Elena to poke it up the line. Kind of saw that one coming from a while away. Looks like Alexis has come back in for Michaela Burkhart. With the way things have warmed up over the last week, I don't think the ladies are quite ready or quite conditioned to play in the warmer temperatures quite yet.
Oh, I think that was an illegal throw in. Yeah, I mean, I think, even if you're in great shape, your conditioning's optimal, the heat is just a different element, and when you're not used to it, it can almost just suck the life out of you.
When it hits, if you're not acclimatized, it's
right. Yeah.
Whew.
Acclimatized. I wasn't advanced enough to.
It's a word we used a lot in the Army.
I didn't have that one, Rich.
We had to acclimatize ourselves When we were at Fort Hood training to go to Kuwait and Iraq.
It's real, though. Just like playing in the cold. You know, if you don't practice in the cold, and back in club ball, man, we practiced in the cold. We'd practice even in the light rain. I mean, it was.
You were one of those coaches that took the boat to practice, trying to get to the field.
We were serious about it, but what it does though is it, like you said, it climatizes you to those situations. And the reality is, you play games, and everything you do is pointed towards playing a game, and you play games in all kinds of conditions. So when the weather's not quite great, it's a little too hot or it's a little too cold, and they say, oh, we'll go indoors. Man, as a coach, you're doing your team a disservice when you do that, because they have to go play in these elements.
Yeah, because the only thing that's going to cancel the game is lightning. Looks like one of our guests is headed this way. I've been bugging him, trying to get him to come up here during the game here. So then we'll talk to those other three knuckleheads, hopefully around halftime.
The three players of the game.
Yeah.
Crazy Cone players of the game that we haven't
three amigos,
yet.
Crazy Cones players of the game that from the Noble game, the Eisenhower game, and the Elgin game. And if you weren't tuning in on Monday night, you missed a thriller in the ladies' match. Honestly, it was a really tight game and just well fought. And then an absolute like an instant classic almost in the men's match. Just play into a 0-0 draw with a team from 20 minutes up the road, right up the interstate, and finishing in extra time.
Phenomenal.
With I don't want to sound biased, but a pretty spectacular goal.
No, it was crazy. It was just unbelievable. I asked Dane, obviously Dane and Braden are on the team together, and I asked Dane, I said, man, have you watched film, And he said, personally, has he gone back and just watched the game himself? And he said, no, I haven't yet, but I did go back and watch Braden's goal. I wanted to see it. And he was like, man, the move he made and then the shot he took, it was crazy.
Yeah, well, all the guys, because I pulled down around there just to talk to Braden after the game in the parking lot, and all the guys were like, man, it got a little loud up there in the press box. I guess as soon as they got into the locker room, they were listening to it to see how loud it got. And I told him, I was like, I would have been that loud for any of y'all scoring that goal.
For real. We're definitely fans of the game, and so when good things happen, man, it's exciting. And we love these two teams, the girls and the boys team.
All right, so we do have a special,
up on me like that.
A very special guest this evening, Coach Marcus Williams from
walked in here like a ninja
from the Highlander Gentlemen's Squad. So Marcus, I kind of wanted to talk to you. It's the end of the season. What can you tell us about the boys this season and the growth and the changes that have happened throughout the season for the boys?
We grew a lot this season. We implemented a system last year. It came to life, and we just couldn't finish goals. Goal scoring opportunities.
Yeah. So is there a plan to finish goals?
There's a plan. I'm going to spend the whole summer watching every game back, seeing why we didn't score in this situation, that situation. Just break down the film and just come up with a plan to score goals.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine probably getting the boys together and work on their technique. And
yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of them out over the summertime, working on shooting, stationary, off the ball from this angle, that angle, just basic shooting. Get back to the basics.
Good stuff. So I know I texted you earlier, but so soccer, is new to the OSN realm and really putting it out there, and we put it out on Monday during the Elgin game that soccer has now overtaken every sport except for football as far as viewer numbers. What does that say about the growth of the sport in Lawton, Oklahoma, or at least for Macarthur High School and Eisenhower High School and Lawton High? What's that say for the growth of the sport in the town?
It's good. I mean, as long as we can get more elementary age kids out to come out and watch us play. Like my son comes and watches. He's like, I want to be like Pasquale. I want to play like Wayne. I want to be like Jason. You know, he looks up to those guys. So if we can try and get more elementary age kids out there and supporting us and watching us, we can start growing the Eastside program.
Yeah, and that's kind of a plan, and I think we have kind of talked about a way to possibly help move forward with that, with working with the club. So, so what's your excitement for? I know we're kind of out of the playoff race this year. We don't really have anything going after this game. So tonight's match, what's the goal?
Let a lot of the young guys that didn't get very much playing time during the season get some opportunity to play at a very high level tonight.
Yeah, a very high level, because this Santa Fe South squad are the reigning state champs, right?
Yep.
For 5A, and unfortunately they happen to be in our district. We see them at least once a year.
The only thing that slowed them down was the goal scoring they did this year. Last year they like 10-0'd everybody. This year's like
they haven't quite put it on everyone as bad this year as they had last year. So,
but they're still a good team. I mean, Wes is an amazing coach over there for Santa Fe South.
Good, and it's kind of nice. Like you hate to know that that's coming every year, but you love to know that that's coming at you every year, because you want your kids to play, or at least see that level of play, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't mind if I didn't have it coming at me one year.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, can we get a break? You know what I mean?
Yeah, hopefully we get a break next year with the district. So, I mean, I enjoy playing against Wes. You know, he's a good guy. I mean, he's always getting good quality players coming in. So it'll be good next year. I'll schedule them early.
I do like your plan for the night, though, to get some of your youth out on the field, give them some real game time experience, like you said, against a really, really solid opponent, and just get some of that out of the way right now in a game that doesn't really have anything on it, so that next year when they take the field, it's not for the first time, and they've gotten real minutes that have mattered in a game. I think that's just good coaching.
Yeah, I mean, we dealt with a lot of injuries. We lost our left back, Brylan Phelps, and Chickasha, and I believe it was Micah that stepped up, played a great tournament there.
Yeah.
And then Matthew Aguilar got hurt, and Jason Shaw stepped in. So our freshman class has been really good this season.
Yeah, and then Ben Jones playing in Noble.
Jones stepping up.
Had an absolutely amazing game up in Noble.
Played his lights out.
Ben Jones, Wayne stepping into the center mid role. I mean, that's a very big, tough role.
That's a tough spot for a young player.
And I'll give props to Romeo. He, he's used to being a starter, and he accepted the role of coming off the bench and just giving a different kind of spark to the game. So,
and he does. He gives the pace.
Yeah.
He gives that pace to the match that, honestly, I don't think we have anyone else on the team that quite has that pace.
He pushes it.
Yeah, we're still young too. I mean, we're losing 3 senior starters, and I mean John Williams, who came in versus Elgin, he had a great first half.
He did. He played super well that first half.
Great first half. He just, unfortunately, he hasn't been able to come to practice. But I mean, he's just been out of shape. But that first
so the
half
conditioning wasn't
got
there.
him, but that first half was amazing by John.
Yeah.
So wanted to ask you about yellows and yellow accumulations, and obviously that was a big factor 2 games ago. That's something I never had to contend with as a coach.
No.
Like, how does that impact you as a coach leading into a season? How do you coach your players on the importance of not getting yellows and piling those up? Because a quick 3 and they can happen very quickly, and the consequences can be massive, because one of my starters can't take the field for an entire game.
That's what
like, how do you manage that?
Man,
and especially now that it's bitten you like it did, like what does that do to you?
I've never had to deal with so many yellows. Of all the years of coaching, this is probably the worst that we got with yellows. So we just got to be more mentally tough.
Yeah, I think
that's what most of the yellows were for. I mean, I could sit here and blame the referee for calling soft foul, but in the day, they got to be mentally tough and just move on from the foul.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is, you can take the tactical yellow, all day long. It's just the ones where player kicks the ball away after the whistle, or running their mouth at the other players or the referee. Those are the ones that you really want to kind of nip in the butt. Those are the ones you can't take.
Yeah.
A hard foul and you get a yellow card.
Yeah.
That's one thing, unless it was a stupid foul.
Yeah.
But I mean, a good tactical foul like Romeo's first yellow card in Noble.
Yeah.
When he made that play, I was like, that was a great foul to take.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, and this just comes with his youth. So next year he'll be more mature, I think. I mean,
Yeah.
All of our freshmen should grow because, I mean, most of them got pretty good minutes this year.
Yeah, and so have you seen much of the middle school games and seen what you have coming into next year's freshman class?
Freshman class is going to be huge.
Yes.
They might be the JV team by themselves.
And honestly, a couple of them might be playing varsity.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some good players down there
Yeah.
on that 8th grade squad.
Yeah.
There really are. So the coach here for Santa Fe South is getting a yellow, and I think it's probably a good yellow. He's complaining like crazy that it was a breakaway. It was just them and the keeper, and Emma probably going for the ball, but from what I could tell, didn't get it. Took her legs out and stopped the play, and she did not get a yellow. And so the coach is losing his mind, and probably.
Yeah, I mean,
rightfully so, but that would have been one of those good tactical yellows.
That's a good yellow card.
Yeah, that's a good yellow. That's why you want to keep those in your pocket, because sometimes you need to use them.
Yeah, you want to be able to do that whenever you need to. So
I'm going to try and push to see if they can make it 5 yellows, because 3 is, it's too. It's not enough for me. College, I got 4 every time.
So how many yellow cards does coach get before? Is it the same? After if you get 3 yellows, you're out for a game or what?
I hope not.
Just curious. We haven't had any red card situations this year for you.
Oh yeah.
Did he give him a yellow also?
I thought he gave Emma a yellow. Yeah, he did give Emma a yellow.
Yep, sure did.
Yep. So Emma Huff with a yellow card with about 6 minutes left in the first half here. Well, Coach, we really appreciate you coming up and chatting with us. It's been great. But enjoyed watching the boys this season, not just because our boys play, but just because the team has grown throughout the season. They've grown together. At the beginning of the season, I saw a lot of, we're not going to send it this way because that's so-and-so, we don't know them or whatever. And there's been a lot of growing together and, getting the ball spread out. Getting some of those kids that take shots that won't take shots, Braden.
Yeah, that's our big thing is we want to shoot inside the 18 and not shoot from 20 yards out or whatever, just test the keeper. So that's going to be a big thing we're going to try and push this summer and push going into next season.
I like
Sweet.
it.
So, well, I'm going to let you go, and on your way down, you can smack these 3 knuckleheads coming up. Our missing player of the game interviews.
Oh.
I'm going to get these young 1 freshman and 2 sophomores in here and talk to them.
All right.
And but yeah, we really appreciate you coming up. It's been fun. It's been a fun season. Next year, hopefully, the season will be longer.
It's going to be.
It's gonna be.
I
All
like it.
It's going to be. So.
I hear that. Real talk. So, all right. Awesome.
Best of luck, Coach.
All right.
Thank you.
Coach. Get them tonight. Just keep it close.
I call 2-1 us.
2-1 us.
I
All
like
right. You hear it from Coach Marcus. 2-1 for the Highlanders. That was on the air. He said, "Don't quote him on that like it wasn't live."
Oh my gosh, they almost scored.
Ruby with a good coming back to scoop that one back up after misjudging it.
So how do you think that played out, Rich, where the coach is throwing a fit, justifiably so, about not getting a yellow on that play, or there not being a yellow on that play.
So
the ref goes over there, talks to him. He ends up giving the coach a yellow and then decides to come back and give Emma a yellow, which was probably the right call. It just bugs me that the only reason it was made was because the coach.
But it did look like the AR, after the coach kind of got away from the center and the AR talked to the center for a little bit.
Okay.
And said, "This is what I saw."
Okay.
So to me, that's a good yellow.
That is good then.
To hand out. Now the coach probably got the yellow because, like I always tell coaches, when I'm refereeing, if you disagree, I don't mind that you disagree, but let's disagree with tact.
Right.
You know, and if you don't use tact, then cards come out. And oh, that's a foul against number 17 from the Lady Saints. And Michaela Burkhart's going to be in a position here to really do some damage, or Alexis is going to take the shot.
Anything but over. That's what I'm looking for.
So I don't.
Anything but over.
So I don't know if you take a shot here or if you play it in there. And
yeah,
looks like they're looking to play it in. They dropped
that in back there by Jazz, though. Man.
They brought the tall girls forward. There you go. And that one's played right to Avery, then right to Michaela Burkhart. They both are trying to work for it. Zoe Martin tries for it, and that's a corner for the Lady Highlanders. 4.5 minutes left in the first half.
A lot of good chances there. I like the decision not to shoot from that angle.
Good decision, I think. And it
almost worked.
Almost worked out for us there. Another corner kick. Michaela's kind of beating herself up about those corner kicks.
She's had a number of those, though, late in the season where she's sending them to the side of the net. And I don't know if she's trying to score on her own or if she's just not doing the proper setup. If she's not setting herself up properly with the right angle for, pre-kick. I don't know what that is, but Michaela can definitely make the kicks and drop it right in where you want.
Yeah.
But man, hitting it on the side of the net with that kind of frequency, that's not what we want to see.
Yeah. But another part of like growth, maturity, and the team aspect of it is you have another lady on the field that has been absolutely money on the corner kicks.
Yeah.
You know, so hey, I'm struggling, Elena. Can you pick me up?
Right.
You know, or Elena saying, hey, I know you're frustrated. Let me handle this one, clear your head.
Yeah. And honestly, I think if you step back from it and just look at that whole situation objectively, if it were me, I would probably rather have Michaela in the box. She's such a physical player.
Finisher too,
She's a finisher. She fights to get to the ball, and that's what you need on the backside of a corner is somebody that's going to fight to get to it and put a body on it. And I think that's just in Michaela's DNA. So
yeah, we've been seeing Aspen come up on the backside. And honestly, I want Aspen in the middle,
Yeah.
Right
in the middle of the box.
I want someone who can put her head above everyone else's head, right in the middle.
Yep.
But, I mean, I would say that there isn't a right way or a wrong way there. It's just different styles.
No, absolutely. Well, there's a lot of different ways, and they can all work. It's just –
that ball comes through long, and Ruby Ann decides to take a little bit of time off the clock. Good physical play by Elena Burke in the midfield.
Nice.
Good ball work by the Lady Highlanders, and a good forward pass. And not many young ladies are going to catch Michaela Burkhart on that run.
Another corner.
Going out for another corner.
I feel like we're missing Capuccio up on that top line, man. When we had those three girls up there, I think we really had something special working.
Yeah.
That's a lot of firepower.
That's a good service here by Michaela.
Ball.
So
Great
much
ball.
better.
Hit it.
Zoe Martin with the long shot. Bailey Burkhart with the shot block. Not intentional.
I don't think that shot had the air under it that was intended either.
No. I just noticed Barley was in for Aspen.
Yeah, Aspen's been out for a while. She had a collision.
And you said her heel was hurting on Monday to start off.
Her heel's been hurting for a couple of weeks. But she had a collision just face-to-face just a little earlier, and she came out shortly after that. So I don't know if that kind of
I'm going to drop off. We got about 30 seconds left in this half. I'm going to drop myself off and get these boys organized.
Okay.
Because they're absolutely intelligent kids. They just don't have much common sense, and I got to get them together.
All right. Oh, good ball here Played out to Elena by Michaela. And she just couldn't get her hips around to get that turned, but it's a good chance. Good try. So we got 2 seconds left. That'll take us to halftime. And we will see you guys soon.
All right, so we're going to work on getting the camera flipped around, getting the boys over here. Stand up. Uncross your arms. All right, so can we get him? So John's going to flip us around here. And we're going to talk to these young men. I'm going to try to get my back out of the picture here. All right. Boomer Nix, sophomore, number 3 on the field, center back. So, Boomer, you were chosen as the player of the game in the Eisenhower match, right?
No, Duncan.
Duncan. That's right, the Duncan game. See, I get confused.
Good job remembering.
At least you remember, right? Okay, so tell us about the Duncan game. Can you remember it?
I think I can. We really should have won that game. If we just had a little bit more shots, I feel like we could have won.
Taking more shots?
Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't take that many shots last game.
That's probably why we picked a defensive player. So tell us about the season. How your sophomore year is differed from your freshman year.
I think my footwork and ball control is way better than my freshman year. I didn't even start.
Yeah.
Freshman year. I didn't get to play that much. So.
Yeah. So then, so we really don't have many freshmen on the field as far as in the defense, but you got Devin and Matthew Aguilar back there to help you out. And what's it like having those 2 seniors to kind of help guide you through the season?
It's nice, actually.
It is?
I like playing with them.
Yeah.
It's going to suck next year when they're gone.
So you're going to have to step into that role next year with probably Cohen as your fellow center back, huh?
Yeah, I have to teach him what to do back there next year. It's going to be tough.
So you get to go from the follower to the leader, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be an interesting situation then.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting.
So
but I think we'll pull through.
Awesome. Well, I think it's been fun watching you play this year. I appreciate you coming up here and shooting a breeze with us for a little bit. But we're going to pass the mic on to the next one in line. Introduce yourself.
My name is Braden Frederick, number 7, left wing or right wing.
Okay. So which game was it?
Elgin.
Why?
I don't know.
Why did you get picked as the player of the game?
Because I scored in overtime.
Speak up.
The winning goal in overtime.
Okay. The winning goal in overtime. So tell us, you received that ball almost in the corner. Tell us what you thought, or did you not think?
I wasn't thinking.
So you basically played on instinct.
Yes.
Right? Which that goes to say a lot. If you can do something like that solely on your instincts instead of really thinking about what's going on, that was an amazing play. And Kobe will tell you, it got a little loud up here. We got pretty excited, and even watching it back, that was just a really sick goal. All right. So what did your teammates think?
They were all happy for me, because I haven't really been shooting or taking any shots, and they were excited for me to actually start shooting.
Yeah, and you see what happens when you start taking the shots.
Yeah.
Outstanding. I don't know if anyone has said that to you at all this season, to start shooting more or anything like that, at home or at practice. But, okay, so I got the same question for you that I had for Boomer. As a sophomore this season, how has it been different than last year with your freshman year?
I think I got better, skill work and touch, but also I feel like we get treated differently. We're
Not the freshman.
Yeah.
So, have you had any opportunities to kind of be a leader or have a leading type of impact on any of the freshmen that came in, either on the field or off the field with your character? Or
I mean, I guess like I can give some of them a couple of tips, or like tell them how to do something, or like fix this or like fix that, you know.
Okay, so you've taken those opportunities. And next year as a junior, you're really going to have to step up, right?
Yeah.
Outstanding. Well, it's been really fun watching you play, not just because you're my son, but because you have played an outstanding season this year. You've had some games where, honestly, it's been really close to you being the player of the game, and, you know, someone else scored a winning goal or did something amazing. You know, we've had a couple of games where we had Braden in the discussion.
Absolutely.
You know, just because he's played so well. So let's pass the mic on to our third guest. Definitely not the least, but go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Ben Jones, number 20, and I play left or right back.
All right. So you got chosen as the player of the game in which game?
Noble.
At the Noble game.
Yes.
Tell us about that game. So what I get out of it is that's your only start or your first start this season, right?
Yeah, first start.
So what were you thinking when Coach said, all right, Ben Jones, I need to play left back?
Well, I was a lot of different emotions. I was ecstatic, but like nervous also. First game, don't want to mess it up, you know. And having a defensive position, you're kind of getting relied on to keep the back in check and not let any goals in or stuff.
Yeah, so
like
there was that little bit of oh crap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Most definitely.
Most definitely. All right.
As
so
it should be.
Absolutely. But you came on, and how long did it take you to really become comfortable in the game?
Well, it just kind of boils down to instinct. Like once you're out there, you know, you don't really think about what's going on. It's just, you know, what you've done for so many years. You know, it's just kind of what feels right, and you know, having that confidence to step up and do like fancy footwork and stuff like that. It's really just all about confidence.
Yeah. So how was your training as, say, a left wing or a right wing helped you out when they put you as a wing back, as an outside defender? Because I know a couple of coaches that had you playing as a wing on the front line.
Yeah, I didn't always play left back, but I think middle school is when I started it, when there was a lot of people already playing left wing or right wing or striker and stuff like that they needed substitutions or starters for left or right back. So that's when I think Coach Holland 8th grade year put me as right back for the first time. I think that's where it started. So
the first time he put you there, were you like, or did you just say, hey, I'm going to do what I got to do to be on the field?
I mean, I didn't have much experience there, so I was kind of nervous, you know, not knowing what to do, but I think I quickly learned what was going on.
Obviously.
So, yeah.
Obviously, you've picked it up pretty well, because I remember with you at U12 and U13, U14, just, you know, Ben's on a wing.
Yeah.
You know, Ben Jones on a wing all the time. And then once I saw you in 8th grade playing as an outside back, I was like, well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
He can use his training as a winger to make his overlapping runs and send crosses in and
and
stuff like that.
That's kind of what Coach Williams kind of puts in. He expects me to make those overlapping runs, and I'm totally down for whenever I can do that. You know, my pass striker or pass wing kind of comes out there, and I do what I can do up front.
Awesome. So, how have these sophomores and juniors and seniors been treating you this year? They kind of helped you out and taking you under their wing?
Yeah.
Anyone in particular?
I feel like I've been treated pretty fairly, knowing like the past years or like past freshmen had to deal with. I feel like we're getting it pretty easy. So,
getting it pretty easy.
Yeah, I think that's nice.
So, but have they kind of taken you under their wing and kind of guided you along this path?
Yeah, I've gotten plenty of tips from the seniors, juniors, sophomores, you know. I mean, the rides up to the fields and stuff like that are really nice. It's not that fun to walk.
Is that him?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
I got to say, I love to hear that. I think, it's a part of – certainly it can be a part of a team environment where your freshmen or your rookies or whatever are treated like second-class citizens and have to do all the work and are almost treated like they're not part of the team. And I just don't think there's a lot of good that comes from that. So it's at the end of the day, you guys are a team. And so – if your upperclassmen treat everybody like they're a part of the team and they matter, and you're proof that you can matter, like you stepped out on the field that night and had a lights-out game, man, I think that shows great leadership from your upperclassmen to set a different tone and to treat you and the others like they have. That's great to hear.
Yeah.
You played a great game.
Thank
it was really fun to watch. It was fun to get the call, and it was cool to see you go out and succeed like you did for your first start.
Yeah, so and I'll leave you with this one last thing, right? A few years ago, when I was reffing the MAC round robin, I saw one of the juniors or seniors, Victor Martinez, carrying a big full bag of balls back up to the like towards the clubhouse I lot in the soccer club. And I was like, man, don't you have freshmen to do that? And he said, look, I remember how I was treated as a freshman. No one should be treated that way.
Good for him.
Right? So if you feel like there were things that could improve on how the freshmen this year or last year were treated, then that's in y'all's hands to make that change.
Be that difference.
So make it different when they come on, when the freshmen come in, the new freshmen come in, make them feel welcome.
Yeah.
Right? That would be a great thing to change, I think, with sports in general.
Yeah.
At the high school level. Yeah. So but once again, great job this season, guys. I've really enjoyed watching y'all play.
Absolutely.
We've had a really fun time up here calling your names all over the broadcast. And I know you guys really enjoy coming up here to do the interviews. That was actually so cool story with Braden on the camera. We got home Monday night, and I was sitting outside. The dog was out running around doing his thing, and the door swung open, and I got yelled at. I have to go up and interview again. So it's all good. Kind of get your face out there in front of some people, and some of your old coaches, like Tyler Jester tunes in and he likes to watch. And when we do stuff like this, he likes to see you. So, good shout out to old Tyler, and I'm sure Dan watches sometimes. Dan Myers coached a lot of y'all. There's a lot of old coaches that like to watch and see where you guys are at and see how you're doing. So, but all right, well, we're going to get back to the match. We appreciate you coming up here. Great job this whole season, guys.
Yeah,
and
great job, guys.
Let's go out there tonight and handle business one last time.
For real.
All right. Good luck, guys.
Get out there and take care of business.
Well, I guess that was a little longer-winded than I expected, but
it was perfectly timed, though.
Yeah.
Look at that.
So we're kicking off the second half here with the Lady Highlanders up 2-0, and a long ball going in that's mishandled by the Lady Saints defense. Great job by Mason Cortez to put the pressure on, too. But that's a good group of young men.
Yes, it is.
I really enjoy, not just because Braden's my son, but
gosh,
got an offside flag up on the far side. And then the referee's going to notice it and bring the ball back out. But Boomer and Ben, they're great characters.
And Braden.
They're really good folks. I didn't want to sound biased at all.
No, I know. So I'll do it for you.
But, they're just overall good young men that I've seen kind of grow up over the years. And I'll put Ben on blast a little bit. Back Ben was kind of a live wire when I was coaching him. And sometimes it was hard to control. But he's grown and matured so much and become such a great young man. And you attribute that to the parents, Oh, good shot from distance.
By Mason.
For
Mason Cortez.
Great job, Mason. But
very decisive, trapped the ball, got her feet set, and made the strike. And it had a chance.
But you attribute all those character points that that the kids pick up. It isn't from the coach. It isn't from their peers. You know, they have to be parented, you know, like that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think coaches certainly can have an impact, no doubt. But yeah, I mean, you get that quality of, especially when they enter your program, they're already that quality of an individual, and that comes from their home environment. And as a coach, having 3 young men like that, and there are others on that team as well.
Well, there's plenty of them on that team
that are just that kind of quality of human being. And can play ball, you know.
Yep.
Man, that's the type of leadership you can really build a great team around, where a team can really become a team, become a brotherhood, really be for each other, and get rid of a bunch of the strife and the backbiting and the blame game and just all the crap that can happen in sports and in life. You move beyond that and move into something that can really be pretty awesome.
So we got a good build-up of play here by Ella Capuccio and Mason Cortez.
Good ball.
She took a little long on the ball. I think she could have.
I don't think she quite knew
taken
what
her
she wanted
space
to
forward.
do.
Yeah.
But just to finish that thought, I think that you can look back through the best teams in whatever sport you want to look at, and man, they like each other. For the most part, there are exceptions, but they like each other. They get along. They're for each other. They're a family, and I just think that chemistry matters a great deal. It's not everything. You've got to be able to go out and play.
Yeah,
but when you can play with purpose and play for something beyond yourself, you're playing for your teammates. It just brings a whole nother level a whole nother level that you can't get otherwise.
Yes.
And guys like that are the foundation of making that happen.
Yep.
I think is the point.
And a lot of those traits, they aren't coachable traits. They're the what did I want to
inherent?
Yeah. Like the integrity, the moral courage, those aren't things that you coach. Those are traits that you're raised with.
Yep. I agree.
So this one's starting to get a little more physical, a little feisty, but I think we can. I don't think it's getting out of control whatsoever. Still up 2-0. I think that the Lady Saints have had more opportunities so far this half than they had almost the entire half in the first half.
Well, we definitely don't have our starting lineup out there right now. I think we've got a decent number of subs in. Coach has got a pretty comfortable 2-0 lead second half. Probably looking to get some play time for folks who.
And that's a good ball up over the top.
Who otherwise don't get that kind of play time.
Yeah, and Michaela puts the pressure on to win a Highlander throw. And another Highlander throw.
So watching Aspen, we were talking about her possibly being injured. I watched her walking off the field after the first half, and you were busy interviewing Coach Marcus, but she was limping pretty heavy off the field.
Okay. So probably a smart move by Coach to say, look, we got Lily and Barley that can pick up the slack. Let's be smart, I'd much rather have her against a Bishop McGuinness or a Piedmont and give us more of a chance
than out there right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. That's just good.
And that's not
good tactical coaching decision.
Yeah, and that's not to downplay the Lady Saints at all. It's just we have a lead.
It's a 2-0.
Let's hold this sucker.
It's a 2-0 game. Yeah, that's a lot different than starting a game in the playoffs that's. Well, obviously there would be no lead. The substitutions have definitely evened up the match, though.
Yeah.
Not the score, but the match for sure. I mean, there's just a lot more possessions, a lot more equally balanced at this point. But these are good minutes for
not having Alexis out there, I think is. Oh, and that's a good ball there. And Michaela
great
Burkhart's
first
going to make the
touch.
run on. And it looks like Santa Fe South has also changed out their keeper.
It was a great first touch, that directional touch by Michaela to free that ball, to keep it moving, to not trap it at her feet. It was really well done.
So, yeah, I just noticed that they did change out the keeper for Santa Fe South. And
Yep.
if I'm coach, I'm telling them every shot you can possibly take. I don't care if you're at the 30-yard line.
Yep.
So from 40 yards out, I still want you shooting. Just because I want to see what that keeper has. Is she really a keeper, or is she just someone that, threw a jersey on? That's who we got. Probably an extra couple touches there by Michaela.
So I'd be looking, just watching her body language, I'd be looking to sub her here. She's tired.
Who, Michaela?
Michaela.
Yeah. Either tired or frustrated. Either way, she needs to get a clear head or a drink of water.
Yep. And not sub her for long. Just sub her, get her out, let her catch her breath. Like you said, get a drink. Maybe talk to coach, get a good paradigm going again, whatever it is that's needed, and then pop her right back out there.
Have a chat, something. Looks like Alexis coming in for Mason Cortez. I'd like to see, like Mason get some extra minutes here today, and she's created a couple good opportunities up there so far this half.
Yep. No, that's right. I was thinking the same thing when she got subbed out. I probably, just on the heels of what I'd just been saying, I probably would have brought Alexis in for Michaela, and
couldn't move by Ella Capuccio. And Capuccio's going to put it through for Alexis.
Gosh, that was close.
Well defended.
But these are nuances, that are they're just tiny little tweaks, and we could talk to a third or fourth person, and they'd have a difference of opinion as well on how they would go about it. And I tell you what, it's one thing to be up here sitting in the box with none of the pressure on you, and
don't have to make any of the decisions.
None of these other moment-by-moment decisions to make, and we can just look at kind of these one little things and think about how we do it. So
we're the couch coaches today.
That's right. It's a whole different deal, and it. It's a whole different deal down there on the sideline. You got a ton of different things going on, and a bunch of different players chirping in your ear, wanting things, and
so it's kind of like on Sundays during the football season when I'm watching the Steelers, and I'm saying, man, you have these great receivers. Can you use them?
Right, that's right.
I get it.
I'll tell you what I'd like to see that we saw last game by Coach Tiffany is she had Elena in mid. Remember that?
Yeah.
Put Elena in mid.
I think she did there at the end of the first half.
Did she get back to that for a while?
Yeah. We got Alexis on a run.
It's a good drop.
Good drop back to Layla.
It's a good decision. And then Zoe, so to finish that, we had Elena in mid. Coach did, Elena in mid, and Zoe over on, I think left wing. And man, that just really seemed to work. Zoe seemed very comfortable there. Elena, who has not played much midfield at all, looked very comfortable, and I thought really contributed to the game in a big way. I missed it tonight when she's done it, but
it wasn't for long.
It's just a cool wrinkle. I always like
shot
to see
by Michaela Burkhart.
Coaches bringing in wrinkles like that. It just shows you they're thinking.
Yep.
And they're creative, and they're trying to solve problems and find a better way. Always try to find a better way.
Yeah, and you cannot ask the young ladies in this case to create on the field and use their critical thinking on the field if you're not going to do it as a coach and kind of create your way also. And that's been one of the things. I keep going back to things I used to coach, but is you tell the kids, think. Use your critical thinking skills. Use your decision making skills. Be creative.
Yeah. Nice out of the air grab by Moody.
That was a great ball by Santa Fe South winger out there, or outside midfielder. Not a whole lot of possession going on right now. It seems either team that gets it just
another great
play.
Gosh,
another great play, just offside.
Close. What a great touch by Michaela, though, to redirect and play that through.
Yeah.
Just really smart. Very well done.
And I don't think
she has looked really good tonight.
I don't think Capuccio was expecting that touch.
Yeah.
Because I think if she would have been expecting that touch, she would have been more in tune with where that back line was.
Like to see that by Alexis getting back and helping.
Yep. Michaela Burkhart down the wing here.
Alexis hustling into the box.
Tries to get a ball played in. That is blocked and goes out of bounds. Alexis leaves that one for Jazz. Jazz feeds her back for basically a kind of a give and take. You left it for me to play, I'm going to get it back to you.
Yeah.
Puccio turns and has a shot on that one.
Good strike.
The ball is off of Layla. Goes out for a Lady Saints throw in. And they're going to take advantage of this time to get some fresh legs on the field.
One of the things I saw in the first half that I just strategically that I saw Coach Tiffany doing was, I think almost exclusively she subbed one at a time and just rotated girls in one at a time. Obviously, second half I think is different. I think she's taken mentally a different approach to the second half, up 2-0. But
yeah, it was less frequent than we've seen in the past too.
She went a nice long spell. I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes into the game, I think, without a single sub. And if there had been, maybe it was just one. But
just letting the ladies get the feel for the game and kind of get in their groove.
Yes.
And then you pick and choose who you substitute.
That's right. Based off of need,
Yeah.
So-and-so over here is tired. So-and-so over here is getting beat, whatever it is.
Or even, hey, this person's touch is just terrible today, so we're going to pull her off, let her rethink things.
Uh-huh. Well played by Lily.
It worked to get a little bit physical there by Kaylee Moody.
Coach didn't like it.
No, absolutely.
He was
absolutely
not. I didn't see anything. It looked like she was just trying to get that ball.
Jazz just put a really nice ball into the corner for Capuccio.
Got a corner.
Won the corner out of it. See if we get one of those awesome services like we had in the last corner. 23 minutes left in the game. Lady Highlanders up 2-0. Puccio in there fighting for it. Alexis gets it near the edge of the box. Oh! And Alexis goes ahead and plants it in the back of the net to give the Lady Highlanders a 3-0 lead.
Let's go, Alexis. Man, I feel like she's needed that. She's been just like riding a bubble for a while, I feel like. And, sometimes whatever it is, things aren't flowing the way we want to, or we get in our head, or whatever it is. And she played that off the volley, was smart about it, and didn't hit it over, but found the back of the net.
That's just one of those plays for her, I think, that kind of gets you the Tarzan chest. You puff the chest out, and like, I am here. I can do it still.
And it just helps you shake
that confidence is just
a bunch of whatever that might be in your head or going on, and it builds your confidence massively. Now you can do anything. It's pretty much how you feel.
Great combination by Barley and Kaylee there to strip the ball.
Well done. All the fight from Michaela. I just love it.
Yeah, and like you said, she did look tired a little bit ago. It just doesn't matter how tired she is.
Oh, my gosh! How did she miss that?
Oh, Michaela, we just missed the open goal just to the left.
She's wondering the same thing. She cannot believe it.
She wants that one back. But you know how hard that...
So well played by Alexis, though.
You know how hard that shot is, though? Your eyes get big, and
you've got a split second to do it. Otherwise, the keeper's on you or somebody else is on you.
But it does look like Michaela's going to get her break along with Ella Capuccio. Tristan Pierce coming on, I think, for the first time this game, and Elena out here on the left side.
And Michaela's looked really good, though.
Yes.
She set that whole play up, and then Alexis made a fantastic play to kind of flick it
over.
Ball's
coming in. Elena's going to get on it. Well defended by Santa Fe. Goes out for a goal kick. Didn't mean to cut you off there.
No.
That was kind of an exciting one. I thought Elena had a good chance there.
So 3-0 now, 21 left in the match. 3-0 feels a lot better than 2-0.
Yeah. Yes, it does. And like you said, like Michaela made that play happen. I think she looked exhausted, and taking that shot when you're that exhausted, you're that drained.
I think
the pressure's on.
I'd like to see it again, but I think she was probably just a step and a half further away from the ball, just where she was positionally than what you like to be comfortably. So she kind of stretched and forced it, which was probably the right decision, because I'd rather you get an imperfect shot than no shot. And it very easily could have gone in. It just didn't go that way.
Good work by Jazz off the ball drop back by Elena to play Elena back in.
But once again, all that was created with Alexis and Michaela both playing up there together.
And pushing hard.
They
with
really
the
seem to push each other. They seem to make each other better, and they're playing really well together tonight. Looks like we've got Ella Isaacson getting ready to come in soonish. Anyway, she looks up and prepared.
She's up
to come in to sub out Ruby Ann.
So Ella's a great field player too.
She's a lot like stylistically, she comes in a lot like Michaela. She just comes in and gives you everything she's got.
Yeah.
Lots of hustle. And she can shoot, man. She
can shoot.
She's got a knack for finding the net.
She can get physical when things
Absolutely,
need to get physical.
She can get physical.
And if you got an absolute dogfight of a game, I don't want anyone out there but Michaela and Ella.
What a ball.
Alexis works hard for that one.
She did. Nice move.
And
nice strike!
Burke puts it off the crossbar.
Oh, my God.
Once again,
got a header. Cherry picking.
Once again, right place, right time. She was onside at the time of the shot by Elena. and that ball came off the crossbar, right to her head. Who gets that?
I don't know.
Who does that happen to besides Tristan?
But, man, what a move by Elena to set that all up. Just the touch back inside and then just the willingness to just let it rip and to strike like that. I'd love to see her do it more. She's got a big foot. She can be very accurate, and I'd like to see her shoot from distance like that. That was beautifully done. We do have Ella Isaacson in the game now.
Yeah, Ella went ahead and came on for Ruby Ann. I love how when Ella comes onto the field, like, she kind of struts out there. You know what I'm saying? It's like she owns the place.
Yeah, she walks out with confidence.
Yeah.
I like it. Zoe fighting for the ball there, really staying in the fight. I love that.
Lily's going to look for a good service here. That's a great ball to Zoe. I don't know if it was the spin or the pace that she couldn't keep it right. Usually Zoe's pretty good at keeping that ball right at her feet when she receives. So she couldn't quite get the turn on it that she wanted, but I thought it was the right ball from Lily. Elena working that sideline.
Nice.
The ladies from Santa Fe starting to put together a couple passes there. Trying to get something going on. But our midfield tonight is just, they've played so well. You know, they've denied anything coming through.
They really have, and I've really liked, too, when we've gotten possession quick and moved to the attack. I don't feel like our midfield is – I feel like our midfield is moving up with the attack really well, is filling in the back and just moving up instead of lagging up the field, which is just really hurts. You work so hard to get the ball up under the attacking third, and then when you don't have your mid that's there with you, you easily it breaks down, you easily lose possession, or there's nobody to finish back from deep.
Another fight by Michaela Burkhart on the sideline there. She is having an absolutely phenomenal game.
She absolutely is.
Struggling on the finishing side.
She's got to get one here
but
before the game's up.
Yeah, you got to think she's going to put at least one in.
Well done, Moody.
It was good feed by Alexis. Just maybe like 6 or 7 inches out of Michaela's next step there.
And it was a good effort play by Michaela just to get the ball to Alexis to begin with, to set that whole play up. So, man, they're working
good
really
1-2
well
from Elena to Alexis. She has Alexis to drop back to.
Hit it, girl.
That should be a shot right there.
That definitely should be a shot.
I think she's trying to spread the love a little bit. Because it looked like she was looking to shoot for a second there, and we're just kind of like, I have Jazz up here in the middle. Let's see if we can get Jazz one. I don't know if that was the thought, but
no, it might be. It probably was, but you see what happens when you think that way. You end up with no shot.
Yes, sir.
You have a window, you take it.
I want to make sure everyone gets some love.
I think they've done a really good job of that tonight, though.
Yeah, the ball has moved very well.
And not in a forced fashion, just in a...
And this one's got to be... Yep. Alexis with her second goal tonight.
Who sent that in? Was it Zoe?
That was Zoe. That was a perfect ball in, too.
It really was.
That's a three-way tie for assists this year. Three-way tie for assists.
So John's telling us he's our stat man as well as our expert cameraman is telling us that we've got a three-way tie for assist. So, John, is that a three-way tie for assist for the year coming into this game or now?
After, I think it's after that.
Okay.
After that goal right there was Zoe on the assist.
Okay. I got you, yep. So we've got Zoe, Alexis, and Elena all tied with 5 assists for the season. We've got Michaela with 2 and Mason Cortez with 2. Ella Capuccio with 2. And Lily with 1.
With 1. Aspen, Lily, and Tristan.
We do have a few more. I missed those. Kaylee Moody.
Looks like Jazz is out taking a break. Brought Emma in on the back line and pushed Lily up to the midfield. I really like that look with Lily in the midfield.
I think Ella might be wearing a mustache.
Is she wearing a mustache?
I think so.
Oh, Ella got a little lucky on that one.
Gosh.
She misplayed it, and it bounced a little higher than she thought it was going to. Are we able to zoom in and see if she is wearing a mustache? Because now you got me intrigued.
Quite confident.
She sure is. Her name is Ella Isaacson, and she
Her
must
name
ask
is
you a
Ella
question.
Isaacson.
She must ask you a question.
Well played by Zoe.
Oh, good. That was a good look there by
Close.
Alexis. Just once again, well defended. You might want to see that ball just a little more to the inside or on the inside of Michaela, but it wouldn't have made a difference, honestly.
Looks like we got Bailey Burkhart about to come in. Probably on the next sub.
Bailey's got a lot more time this year than she did last year.
If you had to guess, where do you see her going? Oh, good ball.
She'll go in for Alexis, I believe. Or Kaylee Moody.
Be a good place. Kaylee's been out there a spell. Well done.
Great job by Kaylee. Good touch out by Alexis. And Michaela has the runners. And shot was off.
So that's something, that makes me just remember something that Coach Marcus was talking about when he was up here with us, that, he's going to be working with a bunch of his offensive players on striking, finishing, all different types and forms of fashion of shooting the ball. And, man, I think, honestly, there's a lot to practice in soccer. And I think that it's something that gets lost, is continuing to work on your shots.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you take shots in the course of a practice, hopefully, but actually doing real striking drills and working on that, I think it tends to get lost sometimes.
Yeah, like he said, from different angles and different pressure situations. And
again, I think it's a common thing to get lost on lots of different teams. And but if you think about it, it's kind of a crazy thing to ever lose sight of, because everything you do is pointed towards trying to score. Why would we not practice the crap out of finishing and be really, really proficient at that? What are you seeing out there? You look like you saw something.
The way the ball movement was for the ladies that time up the field between Avery, looked like Zoe, Layla, and Elena.
Well, I like that physical play by Elena.
It was a good ball across there, too.
It's a little much, but that was a good look.
A little bit overcooked, but
I love the effort, though,
Yeah.
from Elena to win that ball, playing physical, not giving up on the play.
Good work by Alexis to intercept that one. Bailey Burkhart's up front, and she gets the shot.
Oh, my gosh.
By the
She
goalkeeper.
almost scored. I think that would have been her second on the year. Is that right?
First, I think.
It would have been her first. I would have sworn she scored.
Ball's out for a corner kick. So for these Lady Highlander seniors, it's their last regular season match with the team. Barley gets a touch on it. Lily's in there with the fight. Zoe gets a hold of it, tries to get a hit on it. She doesn't, but Avery's going to hit one
Put it away.
from distance.
Oh, well
Saved
played
by the goalkeeper.
keeper.
Great job by the goalkeeper to get out there and get that one scooped up before Michaela Burkhart could just hammer it home.
Really good strike by Avery, though.
Yes. Barley with the good header.
So we're just crossing under 8 minutes now left in the match.
I think looks like Alexis is starting to get a little tired out there. Good touch on to Elena by Bailey Burkhart. Didn't quite get the shot off in time.
Oh, wow.
Referee's going to the pocket.
Both of them.
Double yellows. Both of them get to cool their head off a little bit.
So, all right, so she's pushing.
Pushing Lily back here to the right back position.
Yep.
I don't know if that was a good thing for Santa Fe, honestly, because, yeah, you get Barley having to come off the field, but then you get this absolute, I don't want it to sound the wrong way, but like a freak of nature athlete of Jazz coming back on the field. Is that the one you want?
No, I mean, I don't want Jazz back on the field if I'm the opposing team by any means.
I mean, Barley's a great, stout young player, but she ain't no Jazz, you know.
Well, I mean, in fairness, nobody on the team is.
Nobody is.
Jazz is a phenomenal talent.
So we got 6 minutes left in the match. 3-0 for the Lady Highlanders. So let's talk about, we could probably start talking about who do you think are our front runners maybe for our Crazy Cones player of the game? I have two in mind.
I've got two in mind.
So I think my first one is Michaela Burkhart.
She's one of my two.
She's one of the two there. Yeah, she hasn't scored tonight, I don't think.
Nope.
But her effort and just tenacity up front has just really made an impact on the game.
Yeah, 100%. No doubt.
And created for us.
All right, so who's your number two?
Number two, I was going to say it might not even matter if Michaela smokes that girl and finishes it. But
she would have put an exclamation point on that and made it easy for us.
I think my number two is Zoe.
I was going to go Alexis.
Alexis has played a great game, too.
She's got 2 scores on the night, which is a very big deal. Scoring's a big deal. Getting 2 scores is a great thing.
I'm inclined to agree.
Zoe, though, has played I'd say one of her best games tonight.
Yeah, I think it's one of the better games on the season for her.
She's been more physical, more on the attack.
Her passes have been more on point than the last couple of games.
Yeah, that's right. Great.
There goes
service.
Michaela on the
What
run.
a ball.
She gets another chance at this.
Oh, my gosh.
Saved by the goalkeeper.
She is just off tonight on the finish. She's been on everything else, though.
Yeah. And once again, that ball comes in from
Alexis,
the other option too. But I mean, there's so many girls that have played such a great game tonight too. It's
no doubt. No, it's been a great team effort all the way around.
Elena's had a heck of a game.
Mm-hmm. Good ball.
Good ball by Michaela. Out for another corner kick on the other side of the field. So since that one kind of goofy service in, that kind of hit the side of the net there, she's
cleaned that up.
Yeah, she's cleaned it up tonight.
Which is great to see. She had kind of been on a run there of making those. Started the game with another one, and then she has 100% cleaned it up since. And not just cleaned it up, stopped putting it on the side of the net. She's put great service into the box. Oh, just as we're bragging on her, she does it again.
I think she was going for a little too much on that one. I think she was looking to turn that one in.
Yeah.
It was on a rope. Like, it was.
It's just almost an impossible shot. And, yeah, it's possible. We've all seen it done, and Michaela can do it. But it's just not a good decision to – it's just not a good decision. Maybe if the circumstances are just perfect, you're set up on the side that you like to be on, the wind's blowing it into the net, something like that. But short of that, it's just you got to play the odds game, and you're just so much more likely to get a score for your team, which is the point if you send that
if you play a good service
in,
and let your team finish it.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'll tell you what,
if you feel like scoring one, go jump in the box and let somebody else take it.
But if she would have scored it off the corner kick, we probably would have got a little excited.
It would have been phenomenal. I mean, they're when you find them, when they happen, they're insane plays. They're just the odds are just not in your favor.
That's kind of like coaching decisions. You know, you can either on the same decision, you can either be the hero or the villain.
Absolutely.
There's no in between on some decisions. Emma Huff steps up, misplays that one. Doesn't happen often. That was a good ball up by Jazz.
Great ball.
Elena Burke on the run. Probably going to turn this back. No, she didn't turn it back.
Oh,
the ball comes in. Bailey Burkhart looking to try and get the finish. Great play by the Santa Fe goalkeeper. I thought Elena was going to turn that back onto her right foot before she crossed it.
So you can go both ways, man.
I know she has both feet. It's just I thought she would turn it so she had more of a option, either shoot or cross.
So let that be a lesson there. A lesson for you for little nutmeg. On Bailey, make it. Oh, look at this.
And Bailey Burkhart with the goal, making it 5-0.
That's her first score of the season.
Yes, it is,
and a very big deal.
That is Bailey.
And as a senior, what a great thing to have happen.
I believe that is Bailey's first high school goal.
Is that right?
It's a good possibility.
Super cool. She'll remember that one for a long time.
And your last regular season game as a senior, to be able to get a goal like that, I believe assisted by her sister. Did Michaela assist that?
I didn't catch that.
It was either Michaela or Alexis got the assist on that. But even just to be on the field right there next to your sister and get to, and have that moment in your senior year has got to be huge.
Oh, heck yeah.
You know,
heck yeah. Just a sweet moment, the first score of your high school career potentially. We don't know that for sure, but we're thinking maybe first score of the season. Just that in and of itself is a big deal. Last game of the regular season, like you said, man, that's big fun. She's going to remember that for a long time. And if it was Michaela that got to send the ball to her and get the assist, that would really be sweet.
And we got about 10 seconds. This game's going to be a wrap. Kind of nail in the coffin. So I'm going to throw something out there. I'm a fan of co-players of the game, and just bring the Burkhart sisters up here and talk to them. How do you feel? Well, we go with Michaela and Alexis.
I was going to say Michaela and Alexis, and I was going to be 100% on board with the dual winners. And the reason why, Rich, is because the two of them out there together, I feel like was just a powerhouse dynamic. I think they put their fingerprint all over this game.
I don't think Alexis has the goals she does tonight without Michaela on the field with her.
No, I agree, and honestly, and I don't think the same goes back and forth. I think they just played so beautifully together, set each other up for success. Michaela, unfortunately, had an off night shooting, but she had an on night in every other regard.
I was going to say, as far as her pressure on the defense and just her
phenomenal,
her tenacity up front,
and then setting up her teammates for success. So she had a lights out game. Unfortunately, the finish just wasn't there, and that's a rarity for Michaela. Normally, she's on. Normally, she's making most, if not all, of those shots. And it's part of playing sports. Some nights you're just off, and thankfully, like the great players always do, she found a way to contribute, even if it wasn't by getting to the back of the net.
Yeah, so we got Michaela Burkhart and Alexis Snyder as your co-players of the game.
Let's go.
For the Lady Highlanders 5-0 win over the Lady Saints, helping kind of secure possibly a better matchup in the playoffs for the Lady Highlanders. We will see how that plays out in the near future. We're going to go ahead and let you go here for a little bit. We're going to take a commercial break. We got to get our breaths and take breaks and probably get some dinner down there at the concession stand. And then we'll be back with you. Just Rich Frederick, Kobe Edwards, and John Burke on the camera with the Oklahoma Sports Network. Your home for Macarthur Highlander Soccer, brought to you by the Lawton Marketing Group.
When it comes to your home, you need someone that you can trust to keep it safe and protected for you and your family.
Vesta Foundation Solutions is your local, family-owned company that has helped many homeowners fix and protect their homes.
Our engineered solutions can take care of all of your foundation repair, basement waterproofing, concrete leveling, and dirt crawl space repair needs.
We take pride in getting the job done right, and you'll always be protected with up to a 75-year warranty.
Contact us today for a free estimate.
All right, this is Rich Frederick, and I am back on the Oklahoma Sports Network. Your home for Macarthur Highlander Soccer, brought to you by the Lawton Marketing Group. And we have a special guest up here with us tonight between matches, Tiffany Hoover, the ladies soccer coach, rookie season as the head coach.
Yes, sir.
So tell us about the season.
Yeah, so it's been pretty successful, a little rocky here and there, but I think all in all we've had a pretty successful season. You know, we've understood how to play within each other and play to feet and getting those through balls and those passes, and we've actually been super successful with those.
Yeah, and we've seen it all season. It's been really fun to watch.
Yeah.
You know, so we talked in the preseason show about the pressures of taking over a playoff team, and, you know, just that pressure is like, okay, if I don't make it back,
I know.
you know, everyone's going to say, oh, Tiffany didn't bring them back to the playoffs.
I know it, and I definitely feel that pressure, but, you know, I think
Tiffany brought them back to the playoffs,
I
though.
did. I did. And I have a lot of help and a lot of support from, you know, from parents and from John and my assistant coach, and I think that we did it, and it was an awesome, awesome season.
And so I've been really impressed with the play of pretty much all the ladies on the field, but your senior class, and not to skip over anyone, but your senior class and your sophomore class.
Yeah.
They've really come up huge for you.
They are one of the backbones of our team for sure. That class comes with a lot of talent. I mean, even with the freshmen that are in right now with Elena and Barley and Lily, I mean, that's huge for us. It's huge for us to have anybody that can play on any position of the field.
Yeah, and we've talked about that all season, when you can take Alexis and give her a break.
Yeah.
And not have a drop off in skill level and put a freshman in.
That's it.
This says a lot for the future of the program.
Absolutely, and I'm very thankful for the middle school program that has brought in this group up and done all of that. So I mean, it's made my life a little bit easier for sure.
Great. So tell us about. So I just want to let you know. I know I sent you a text earlier about it, but soccer is the number 2 viewed sport.
That's amazing.
On the Oklahoma Sports Network.
And
the only thing that has us beat is football, and this is Southwest Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to beat football, man.
Football is football, right?
That's it.
But so what does that speak for the progression of the sport within the Lawton community and the surrounding areas?
I mean, I graduated from Macarthur in 2015, and for us to be able to have a broadcasting, even to be filming our games and doing all of that is huge. And for not necessarily our program, but for soccer in general, to have that number 2 spot is huge for the sport in general, because not many people necessarily know about soccer, come to watch soccer, things like that. So when they have the option to sit at home and listen to it or do something, like, that's support nonetheless.
And even being able to push it out on Facebook. So that people are like, I'm sure there's been a few like, oh, we play soccer in Lawton?
Yeah.
You know,
and we're really good at it?
Let me look at it. And then they come on and they watch a match like tonight's match.
Yes.
You know, just an absolutely amazing match. And our players at the game tonight, Michaela and Alexis. Michaela struggled on the finishing side of things.
Yes.
But
She get a little frustrated, but I think that with her skill of being able to play those through balls and to pick her head up and to do all those things, she absolutely did a fantastic job today. Yeah. Regardless of whether or not she made a ball in the back of the net, Michaela stood out today, absolutely, for sure.
And that's why we chose her, because like I feel honestly that Alexis struggles to put her 2 goals in without Michaela on the field.
Absolutely.
You know,
I mean,
because her tenacity up front, right? Coupled with Alexis's, and when one of them's on with finishing, the other one might be off, but there's always one of those 2 that's on.
For sure.
And when you have those 2 up top putting pressure on a defense, I would hate to be coaching against them.
Yeah. I
You know?
mean, between the 2 of them, I mean, Mac is that strong, and she has that foot skill, and Alexis is just a big body with that foot on her, you know, and, I mean, it's crazy up there.
Yeah. So, and another thing we talked about tonight was the ability for the ladies to keep their heads cool and poise.
Yes.
Right? A lot of the games that the ladies have played, they kind of come out flat-footed.
Yes.
The first 20, 25 minutes of the game is just kind of like,
yes.
are we going to play tonight?
Yes.
You know?
I mean, we always joke that we're a second-half team, and unfortunately, that's just how it is. We are a second-half team, but if we come out strong and positive, we're going to be that way.
Yeah, tonight they came out with what I call poise and confidence.
Yes.
Right? Because there wasn't any rush to it.
No.
But they weren't playing flat-footed either.
No, and we
like
actually
it was just able to control the ball, able to control the pace of play.
Yeah.
It was really great to watch.
Yeah, we
tonight.
actually told them in the locker room, it's like, hey, you guys be patient. The goals are going to happen. You build them up. We have the strong 11 that we know are going to make this game happen for us. So just do it. You play your game, be patient, and it'll happen in the end.
Yeah, and then so this past week I also saw that you have a couple seniors that signed for a couple different colleges.
Yes, Ruby signed to NOC, and then Zoe signed to Doane University in Nebraska. Yeah.
Great job, Coach.
Thank you. I mean, I was a huge part of their build-up. I mean, I was their assistant coach for 2 years, and now they're their head coach for this. And, I mean, Zoe has had a whole lot of training necessarily from competitive, from here. And so, I mean, it was bound for Zoe to go. And then for Ruby to step up the way that she did this year and manhandle the back, and for coaches, I mean, multiple coaches to notice Ruby is freaking amazing, and I'm so proud of her.
So I had a talk with Ruby before the game when we were down there before I set up all my stuff, and I told her, I was like, look, I'm really proud of where you've come from, because I've seen her play since her freshman, since U12 or U11 I've seen her play, because I referee out at the club and stuff. And just her growth, her maturity, and not just mentally, but in the game.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, has been really great to watch.
It is.
And I know you're a big part of that. Coach Mark is a big part of that. You know, there's so many people that get involved to help the young men and ladies, you know.
Yes. And
so,
I'm very proud of each and every one of my girls, and especially those two that signed off next year.
Sweet. So next game should be a playoff game, right?
Yes.
And probably at Bishop McGuinness, it looks like. What do you say?
It'll be a tough game. But I think that we are going to give them a run for their money and hopefully end up on the top for this one. We have the skill, we have the patience, we have the build-up to do whatever that we need to, and the smarts. We have a lot of girls that are soccer smart, and that comes a long way. So if you have the soccer smarts plus you have the skills, we got this.
And the ability for your team to hold the midfield together this year is a lot. It has been a lot better than last year's, midfield.
Yes.
And that doesn't say anything less about the ladies that played last year.
No.
But they've just held it together so well. Jazz
they've
and
grown,
Zoe,
yes.
And so I'm really excited to go air that game.
Me too.
Hopefully it'll be before I leave for work, but if I'm not here, I'm sure Kobe and Billy Palmer will be able to handle it along with John.
For sure.
So, but thanks for taking the time out and coming and talking with us, Coach.
Yeah, thank you.
Great season. It's been a really fun time watching the girls play.
Yes, sir.
And watching the different things that you did with them to make kind of things happen on the field.
For sure.
So we talked about the girls being creative on the field, and we also brought up, if coach isn't going to be creative, then you can't have the girls being creative.
Yeah.
And Coach was creative this year.
Yeah.
So good job. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the compliment.
All right. Awesome. So let's get to the boys' game. Good luck in the playoffs.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, so we got the kickoff of the boys' match here with a really solid Santa Fe South defending state champions in the 5A division. And a little bit of a different look for the gentlemen, especially on the back line here tonight. And we have some more guests up here. So we're going to talk while we watch this play out. Got an opportunity here. And that is a goal for Santa Fe South.
Dang,
to start off
quick,
early.
Dang.
So we're at 1-0 Santa Fe South.
It's Avery first for sure, because just going in order.
We can do Avery first, or we could do Alexis first. And she's the one that's been up here a couple times.
Make Avery sweat it for a while.
Down there that she so wanted to go for.
Perfect. So introduce yourself.
My name's Avery Dowdy.
All right, Avery Dowdy is the center back for the Lady Highlanders soccer team, and she was our player of the game up in Noble last Friday, and just played an outstanding game. We raved on her last year on her play as a freshman, and sorry, I got caught up watching there for a second. But so tell us about this year and how it differs for you from last year.
This year I haven't stood out much like I did last year, but I'm these last couple games I feel like I'm actually trying to put myself out there since the last couple games and showing what I can do basically.
You haven't stood out? Okay, so.
Oh, I forgot about that. Last game.
So let's think about this, right? You haven't stood out in the fact that you're not the player that scores the flashy goals. You're not the player that beats people on the dribble, right? But when I have an attacking player coming down the field, I am glad Avery Dowdy is my center back.
Always.
Because I know I have a heck of a chance to stop that from being a goal.
Thank you.
So, yeah, you're not flashy, but you are definitely the player that we want on the field 100% of the time. So tell us about the Noble game.
The Noble game, we held them pretty well first half. I got rocked a couple times, hit my back and head. But second half I came back and they kind of took it away second half. But I was really proud of our team because we worked really hard to hold them.
So that was their closest district game all year too. You know, they were absolutely trashing teams 9-1, 8-1, 8-0, 10-0. It's been ugly. You know,
it's gonna be hard.
So they have a stout squad, but.
And if we have Michaela out there, we had our full squad, our full starting 11, that game might have gone.
It's a different look. Yeah. It's a different look, and we'll talk about that here in a couple of seconds, and what Michaela brings to the table for the ladies. So, but
I was just going to point out, Avery, you were talking about how you always want her in your center back position on any team you're coaching. She's got 30 saves on the season, which is amazing.
So 30 times that it would have been a goal, right, if you were not there. So saying you didn't stand out, right? She's like, okay, I take it back. Okay, I take it back. But no, you're just a really fun player to watch. And as a person that's kind of defensive-minded, right, I really enjoy watching how you control the back of the field between you and Emma and the communication you guys have, the way you guys are able to rotate and switch when one player gets caught out of position or Aspen needs to run inside when you come out, it's flawless. It's kind of effortless, and you guys do it so well. So
thank you so much.
All right, let's pass the mic on. Avery, it's been a pleasure watching you play.
Great job, Avery.
Both this year and last year, and we're going to go to
Michaela.
She
wants it, I can tell.
So
go ready.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Michaela Burkhart.
All right, Michaela Burkhart, one of the strikers for the Lady Highlanders, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell us about tonight's game.
It was we had a bunch of opportunities, and there was a bunch of through balls, and we played great as a team. And I just think it was a good game for us.
Yeah, so Kobe and I talked about your struggles this evening with finishing, but how that also did not affect the rest of your game, which a lot of people that would completely mentally break them, you know. And you were able to still be the same tough Michaela that we've come to know and love watching.
We're all so distracted up here trying to talk and watch the boys' game at the same time.
Santa Fe South puts another one in the back of the net and goes up 2-0.
But to Rich's point, you had some great opportunities that I know normally you would put in the back of the net. That's just who you are. That's something that you're very accustomed to doing. Tonight just wasn't your night in that regard. But you contributed to the win all over the field in a ton of different ways. You had a phenomenal game aside from the fact that those didn't fall your way on the shots.
Yeah, and I think I know I mentioned it, but I think Alexis has trouble scoring her goals without you out there to put the pressure on, without you on the field. So being able to contribute to the team that way, even if you're struggling on the finishing end of it, and not just putting your head down and saying, I'll give up. It's really mature of you and shows what kind of player you are.
So you missed 2 games, is that right?
Yes.
So how did it feel to be back out there tonight?
I mean, it felt good because I hated, being on the sidelines and not being able to help my team the last 2 games. So it felt good to me, but it obviously wasn't my best game.
That's all right.
It wasn't your best scoring game.
Yeah.
It was a great game, though.
Yeah, we want your best overall game the next game.
That's right.
Okay.
How's that sound?
It's good.
All right, outstanding. It's been such a pleasure watching, you and Avery both as freshmen last year and this year as sophomores, just being able to see just that little bit more maturity and a little more understanding of the game. It's really fun watching you guys play. So, but let's go ahead and pass the mic on. So, Alexis, tonight's co-player of the game with Michaela, but I want to talk to you about the Noble game. We talked about what Michaela brings to the team, right? As far as up front there, how does the Noble game change with Michaela on the field?
I'm trying to remember the Noble game. I play game by game. It was definitely a lot harder up top because Michaela is one of our probably our fastest player, so it was really hard with those through balls. I wasn't able to get there, and especially when they were played just really far up to run onto, I just wasn't fast enough to break that line. And it was just really hard, and then I was getting really tired. And
yeah, you didn't really have that second person to, as you were putting pressure here, to take away a passing lane or anything like that. And Michaela does that so well. And when Michaela pressures, you take away the passing lane.
Yeah.
And you guys create so much havoc for a defense. I told Coach Tiffany I would hate to coach against you two as strikers. I would absolutely hate it. I'd probably just walk away.
The two of you on the field at the same time is a really powerful thing, and you give defenses a heck of a time. You work really well together. I thought y'all played beautifully together tonight.
Got Santa Fe South putting the pressure on again. Great defense by Miguel to put that one out, and Pasquale's going to get on the run here. Sorry. Okay, so sorry to interrupt you, but I thought we had a good chance there with the counterattack. But so tonight's game, how did tonight feel? I know tonight was. Okay, but I know tonight was your last regular season game as a Highlander.
Yes.
And so. How did it feel to really be able to come away with a convincing, dominant win?
It felt nice. I think it was a nice way to end districts, and hopefully it sets the tone for playoffs. That we recognized how well we played during this game, and we can use what we learned.
Kind of go into the playoffs with confidence.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Because I feel like this is maybe not the first game, but one of the games that we just were really able to play the ball through the middle and just use our passes to dominate rather than skipping our midfield and playing those through balls up. Which
we've talked in the past about that midfield being so important to play through the midfield instead of over the midfield or skipping them.
Right.
It's hard for a striker to receive a ball and make the run. But when the midfield has the ball, it's a shorter ball to the striker, and it doesn't come with as much pace. So it kind of makes it easier for you.
Yeah.
So tell us about what you think next year is going to look like for the ladies.
Oh, that's sad. I'm not sure about the freshmen. I'm not sure they're good, but I just don't know any of the freshmen coming up. But I feel like the juniors this year, they've played lots of years, so I feel like they'll be able to step up. We only have 2.
Yeah.
Unless
Kaylee and Ella.
some military kids or something moving in. But I think it'll be really good because we have our freshmen this year. And they came in just ready.
They came in strong.
Yeah.
They did.
So we talked to Tiffany about that too, right before y'all came up, about how we can give Alexis a break and not have a drop off in skill.
Right.
And put a freshman in there. It's just so amazing. Jazz can take a break and Lily can come in. I mean, Jazz is one of those girls you just want on the field at all times. Yeah. Not taking anything away from what anyone else does, but she is kind of one of those freak of nature athletes that you're like, I don't know how she does that for 80 straight minutes, but she does. So
she's very good at what she does.
So yeah, I think the future for the Lady Highlanders looks really good.
Yeah.
So not saying that you guys leaving is good. If we could keep you guys on for another year, just one more year.
One more year would be great.
It would be all right. We'd be happy with that. But, looking forward to you progressing in your life. And you're going to be going to Cameron, right?
Yes.
And then becoming a vet. So we've talked about that a couple times already this season.
Got a scholarship for Cameron, is that right?
I did.
I heard that. It's great news.
Scholar.
Congratulations.
That's
a big
awesome.
deal.
That is not something that just gets handed out like candy,
Yeah.
So that's a big accomplishment.
Very big deal. Good for you.
So congratulations. But all right, well, we're going to let you guys get going so you can watch the game a little bit better, and we're going to actually watch the game
a little bit better.
So we appreciate you guys coming up. I've had a great time watching all y'all play this year. Alexis, we'll miss watching you play next year.
Yes, we will.
We still got the playoffs, so make it more than one game. How about that?
That's right.
All right, Michaela, Avery, you guys are stepping up to where you beat upperclassmen next year as juniors, and take advantage of that opportunity to be leaders. You guys both have it in you to be leaders, not just your play on the field, but your mental capacity and how you treat other people.
Yep.
So continue to do that, and we really appreciate watching you play. And, yeah. So next week, or whenever the playoffs start, Michaela with 3 goals, Avery with 30 saves in one game. Whatever we got to do, we're going to watch it happen. So good luck in the playoffs, ladies. All righty.
Great job, ladies.
Such a fun group of ladies to talk to. We could probably talk to them the whole game, but wouldn't get much game watching done. So Highlanders in a little bit of a deficit here. 27 minutes left in the half. So only 13 minutes into the half, and we're down 2-0.
Their first score came in the first 40 seconds, though.
40 seconds.
40 seconds. So the
kind of a wake-up call, huh?
We've slowed it down a bit, and obviously 2-0 at this point in the game, or 2-0 period, is never what you want to see, but
yeah. We got Dane taking a break. John Williams coming on. Get some good time in. So we have a different look here with the defense. We have Miguel playing as a center back. Boomer is out with an injury. And from what I've seen so far, Miguel has not done a bad job back there, taking care of his business and his responsibilities.
We've also got Pasquale playing up top, which I've been wanting to see for.
Yeah, to see how it goes.
Yeah, just to see how he might be able to impact our finishing problem.
Yeah, and Ben Jones getting the second start of his high school career.
Let's go,
out on the right wing, or the right defense, I mean. Same usual suspects at the wings to start off the game with Dane and Braden. Frank looking to play Braden or Pasquale up. Just that physicality in the midfield again. I think he thought he was offside. The AR over here was pointing, saying he's good.
Play it and wait for a whistle.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Maybe he just screwed up and didn't call it,
Yep. It happens. Or maybe you just screwed up and thought you were offsides, but you actually weren't. Somebody that you couldn't see was holding you on.
Yep.
It's a smart team here. They move the ball around really well. They communicate amazingly off the ball, and
great work by Matthew Aguilar there.
So Boomer's hurt?
Boomer is injured. I think he might have a pulled quad or strained quad or something of that nature.
Okay.
Thankfully, we have one of the best trainers that you can find in high school in Bryce. And I have heard so many great things about that kid.
Yep.
Just today, like, and even Boomer's mom, Joe, was talking about different stretches that he was shown today and stuff like that. And I'm sure that comes from that trainer, you know.
Yeah, he does seem to be, I don't know him at all, but everything I've ever heard about him is great. My first impression of him was watching him. Apparently I've watched him play football. I just didn't know it.
Yeah.
But watching him be a trainer, and the guy trains with enthusiasm. I mean, he just does his job with passion. He cares about what he's doing. He hustles, so people aren't waiting on him to get a ball or to get waters or whatever it is. He's one of the few that really takes it seriously, and I mean, it makes a difference. I mean, it's impressive to watch a young man like that just have that kind of character and that kind of work ethic. Apparently, he's a phenomenal football player. Is a phenomenal football player, and then a smart, really smart kid as well. So,
yeah, I think his senior night thing said he was going into nursing. Did it?
I don't
remember. That was one of his goals?
I think he was wanting to go to Michigan State.
Michigan State ain't no slouch.
No.
We've got a corner kick here for the Highlanders. Braden starts the ball in just over Jason Ford's head. And the Saints on the counterattack. Good job by Ben Jones to cut that counterattack out. Just to hold up the attack long enough to get some numbers. But yeah, just having a kid like that on the sideline.
Well, having a kid like that anywhere, honestly. I mean, it doesn't matter where you are or what you're doing. An individual like that, whether they're a kid or an adult, you just add value everywhere you are, everything you're doing, and you make every room you're in a better place.
Yeah, and when some of the players get cramps or stuff like that, and I'm told he knows what to do for them.
Yeah.
Instead of just being one of those trainers, like, I'll fill out the water bottles.
Right.
Right. He's not just a water bottle filler.
Right.
He's actually someone that talks to the guys and,
He's there to really help.
Yeah.
Any way he can. I like the effort I'm seeing out of the Highlander squad tonight.
Yeah, I think putting Jason Ford in the midfield there was a great idea with his physicality.
And making the move to Pasquale up top as well, just to
trying to get something to happen. Braden tries to put that ball in, a little too far for John Williams to run onto. Okay, maybe a lot too far. Good little touch over with the knee from Braden, looking for Pasquale in the middle of the field there. Looking to get a scoring opportunity out of it.
Pasquale kind of took some contact and went down. It looked like just a smart play by a smart player.
Look at this hustle from Devin and Matthew.
Well played.
The hustle for both of them to get back and make that a 2v2 instead of a 2-on-1.
And then coming in that hot for Matthew, just racing back down the field, and then putting that control of a touch on the ball to at the perfect
that
pace.
Frank was able to actually
exactly.
do something with it.
And it was on, it was on target, which it better be right in front of your goal, coming back against your own goal like that. This was just perfectly played.
Yeah, scoring a goal against yourself is not something soccer players take easily.
No.
A while later, you'd be able to look at it like a joke, and laugh about it.
A good while later.
So a good story comes out of that, though. So Braden Boomer and Jason Shaw play for the same club team, and they went to the U.S. Youth Soccer Southern Regional. Not exactly thrilled about it. The AR is holding up an offside flag here, and the center referee waved them off. Don't understand that one right now, but
oof. Well, he should have taken that strike
a couple of times.
Yeah. Should have been a one-touch. Man. Lucky to get out of that. That was a lengthy possession down in front of our goal that was very dangerous.
I think a lot too many passes, honestly, for Santa Fe South. Got Jason Shaw coming in at right wing, taking Braden's place. Dane coming in and taking over for John Williams. And Micah coming in at left back, pushing Matthew Aguilar to the center midfield.
Haven't seen a lot of Shaw this season, but, man, I think we saw him at the Noble game a bit, and he showed remarkable speed.
He's a quick kid.
I had no idea that was part of the equation.
Yeah, he has good speed, a pretty good little touch on the ball.
I'm excited to get to see him again. Offsides.
So this is kind of like the ladies, where we have a freshman class that has a lot that we can look forward to for the future of the program. We got Jason Shaw, Wayne, Romeo, Ben Jones, just a bunch of kids that are really, whether they're just superstars or not, they're going to be the building blocks of this program.
Right. Well, and it's really not. You don't need a team full of superstars. You just need a team full of contributors, of people that are going to go out there and work their butts off and contribute to the overall success of the team. And having a superstar or two is always nice, but that I think the future of the men's. Oh,
great job by Frank there to get that one as far away as he could. Shaw with the clearance there.
Pasquale was wanting a call there. Kind of got pushed to the ground. Didn't get it. I think the ref may have been obstructed in his view. Anyway, I think the future's bright for Mac. We, like you said, just to kind of further your point, the freshman class this year is stout. Mm-hmm. And then we've got, from all accounts I've heard, we've got a really stout incoming freshman class.
So I can tell you a lot about those kids.
Let's hear it.
A lot of that is kids that I've coached.
Okay.
And I'm telling you, they are a hungry group of boys.
Gosh.
They are hungry for that next level of success.
Yeah.
Every one of them.
That's awesome.
So just that attitude and character. They've played club ball most of their life with Ben Jones and Cohen Young, who we may see this game. It's just a really, really great group of boys. I mean, And you got Ty Tate coming up. Super fast young man, which Marcus has a good base to really kind of bring out the best in him. Between him and Nate.
You got Brody Isaacson coming.
Brody Isaacson's coming up.
Who is just he's really the only one I know, but the kid is a ridiculous soccer talent.
Drew's little brother, Grant.
Okay.
Possibly Braden's little brother, Samuel. It's just a really cool group of kids. Logan Red Elk is another one. He's a huge contributor on any team he plays on. So, yeah, it's
a lot of passion for the sport, too, right? So these aren't just kids that play soccer, but this is a group of kids that love the game.
Yeah.
And are like all in, all about soccer all the time.
And it's club ball, 3v3, futsal, indoor. They are year-round. That's what they do is they play soccer.
Right.
And they're constantly looking to perfect their craft. So, yeah. It's going to be exciting.
I think the future is very bright.
And possibly some of the freshmen and sophomores from this year, maybe even a couple of the juniors, will be fighting for their job on the field, which is a good problem to have.
Great thing.
When you have to make everyone work to stay on the field, that is a great thing.
It drives focus in practice. It drives focus in games. It drives effort in everything you do because people know they're competing.
Yeah.
They know they can't be lazy or slacking off because they've got somebody behind them that's hungry for their job.
Yep. It just takes just like I told Braden earlier this season, it takes one game, dude. It takes one game, and Marcus says, hey, so-and-so's starting at left wing or right wing, wherever Braden would have been starting. And if they go out there and play lights out, that's all it took. Now you're the one fighting to get on the field.
Well, and some of that's not in your control, and some of it is. So what you definitely never want to be in a situation is where you're out there lackadaisically going through the motions, not really giving it your effort. Coach gets frustrated with you. He pulls you. He puts a freshman in. The freshman plays lights out, and a brand new story starts getting written, and you're not in control of the narrative anymore.
Yeah,
and now you're the guy waiting on minutes instead of that freshman waiting on minutes.
Yep.
And it can happen, and when it does, that oftentimes is for the betterment of the team. And but you just, as a guy that's trying to hold on to a spot, the point is you want to always be out there with full effort, giving everything you can.
And there's nothing you can do about times where you're out for an injury or,
no, you can't.
Or whatever. But, just the little things, like you said, playing lazy or academically ineligible.
Gosh, yeah.
Good Lord, if you are academically ineligible when someone comes out and just has an absolute fire game in your place, you're now you're on the JV squad.
Yeah.
So I think that's one thing that those incoming freshmen and even this year's freshman class bring to the table is putting pressure on the guys that might feel comfortable in their position.
Yeah, it's just you're just stacking talent, and that makes everything better.
Beautiful cut to be able to get that ball onto his left foot and have a shot. It's the control out of the air to cut it over and let the defender fly past him.
Oh, nice.
Pasquale with the flick up over for himself. Oh, I thought he was going to lead that one for Braden on the run. Looks like we got a
dangerous play.
Dangerous play with the high boot. This is an indirect kick, so it's going to have to be touched by a second player before it can go into goal.
Second player can be the keeper.
Yes.
You can just get a hand on it.
Oh, you played into the wall.
Oh, good cross.
Oh, man, good cross by Dane. Just off the outstretched hand of the goalkeeper. And Braden did not quite have long enough.
It was close.
I think if it was Dane on the other end with his long legs, he would have reached that one.
That was a good effort play by Dane, though, to fight
Yes.
for that ball and then to get really a beautiful cross back across the goal. And
yeah, it was a great job. Dane again in there. Dane's being the guy to put some pressure on tonight. That ball's up over. Pasquale might have a chance on it.
just well defended.
Well defended and then controlled by the Santa Fe defensive line. Onside, Miguel. One from that side. Looks like they're going to get a penalty kick out of that.
Yeah. He's holding his hands out like what, but I think that was pretty clear.
Pretty clear. I think he might have went down a little easy, but, you know, it happens.
But depending on how it looked right there live and in person, it might have just been a really good call. I mean, it's let's make them have to do it this way rather than just have a gimme.
So we got the penalty kick. Frank between the posts. And Frank makes the save.
And that's why that was a good penalty.
Beautiful job by Frank Myers on the save between the posts, then getting the long ball played out.
Great job, Frank Myers. That was awesome.
Frank is such a great talent back there for us. You know, after this year, the Highlanders are gonna lose a lot of these guys that are on the field right now. You know, not after this year.
I was going to say, thankfully not Frank though, but
I'm talking about next year.
Yeah.
they're all seniors.
They've got one more year with them.
Frank, Dame, Pasquale, Jason, Ford. You know, they're all seniors next year, and
yeah.
You know, having that, like we were talking about, that 8th grade class coming in as new freshmen next year. That's another goal for Santa Fe South, making it 3-0. Got about 6.5 minutes left in the first half. The Highlanders down 3-0 to the Santa Fe South Saints.
No, they'll lose some good talent.
Yeah, and that's the good thing about that 8th grade class that's coming up is, you know, they'll have next year to train with these guys that are juniors this year, and
hit it.
Absolutely,
not the strike he wanted, but
not quite. But
right idea though.
But they'll have that year to train with these guys that'll be seniors next year, and kind of learn the ropes, if you will. I tell you, Miguel has played a pretty good game back there as a center back. Great job by Ben Jones to stick a foot in there and knock that one off the attacker's feet.
He's played another really good game so far. Oh, what a save by Frank with his foot. Well defended.
And the Highlanders on the breakaway, not the break, but the counterattack. And just the speed.
Oh, go
Pasquale gets on that through ball.
Gosh, nobody else there with him.
Nobody.
Gosh.
I think Braden was on the other side of the field, but not really in a position to really help out.
No, they were just too far back, and they may have been given everything they could to get there, and they just started to run too far back, so there was nothing they could do about it. I'm not sure, but
I think Miguel.
Man, that was a good chance, though. That was close.
Yes, it was. I think Miguel has to gather himself a little bit after that one. That kid put a hit on him. I'll be rethinking that challenge. Knowing Miguel, he is not rethinking that challenge. He's a great player.
Oh, God.
Another opportunity for the Highlanders. Just well defended and swarmed by Santa Fe South Saints. Drew Holland on the chase back here. Fantastic save by Frank Myers.
Go, Frank.
Ball goes out for a corner kick for the Santa Fe Saints. But that's a heck of a save right there.
Nice.
Frank's having a fantastic game. Yeah,
He is.
The scoreline's 3-0, but he is having a really great game.
Now it could be 7-0 right now without the work that he's done.
Got a little bit of a I'm going to say it, a little bit of a Neymar-ish
a little acting
tumble there.
Fans don't like
Macarthur faithful not happy about that call, but it was absolutely the right call. He had a hold of his jersey and kind of yanking on him.
He
from back
definitely
there.
was. I think there might have been some yanking going both directions, but
from what the referee could see, though,
no, you're totally. it was legitimately happening. So
I mean, not a terrible call there.
Good job, Frank.
Once again, Frank comes off of his line and makes that play. Referees tonight are Alex, Adrian, and Will.
Got a free kick here.
So how big is it? You know, Highlanders coming into this last district game, probably the hardest game of their season.
No doubt.
Easily the hardest game of their season. But coming off of an emotional win like they had Monday night. You know, how big was that emotional win to kind of propel you into this?
That was really well done. I think the I think the emotional win was huge, and it to your point, it is a great way to enter into this game. I think the reality of what they were facing, though, was just never lost on them. And so, yeah, you come in with the high of the win, but you still know what you're coming in to face in a Santa Fe South. And so, yeah.
I just think it kind of helps. To me, it helps the mentality just a little bit. Yes, you know you're coming against
no doubt
a monster of a team, and and to their credit, they're a monster of a team because they train. They're good, and that is a heck of a strike.
So I think Frank's view was obstructed, and he just he didn't see it.
Santa
thought it
Fe
was going the other
Santa
way.
Fe South Saints go up 4-0 against the Macarthur Highlanders, but. Anyways,
I agree. 100% agree. I think would you rather come into this game having lost the game before it?
Oh no.
Or come in on a high, winning a really tight game like you did, and winning a golden goal situation with a fantastic goal by Braden. Yeah, of course, you definitely want the win, and I think it's absolutely helped them come out here today and be sharper and more aggressive, a little more confident, even though they knew they were running into a buzzsaw.
Yeah. So we got a minute left in the first half. Santa Fe South up 4-0 against Mac. Little change up in the defensive line here with Micah Blue coming out to the left side and Matthew Aguilar going into the middle with Devin Justice. Looks like Miguel getting a break and some coaching.
Looks like we might be getting ready for a
Pasquale move back to the midfield.
Keeper substitution.
Great work by Ben Jones over there to stop that play from happening. Matthew Aguilar plays that ball long, up the sideline, and it takes an odd bounce to go out of bounds. And that's halftime. Santa Fe South up on the Macarthur Highlanders 4-0. We're going to take a quick break from the Oklahoma Sports Network, home of Macarthur Highlanders soccer, as Kobe, Rich, and John. And we will see you in a couple of minutes.
Coast Technology Group specializes in audio, video, and lighting for schools, house of worship, home, and business. Work with our team's engineers to design the right system for your conference rooms, video telecommunications, stadiums, auditoriums, video walls, home theater, and automation. Whether your next project is large or small, let our team with over 150 years of combined experience help design the right system with simple, reliable technology.
All right, here we are back on the air with the Oklahoma Sports Network, your home for Macarthur Highlanders soccer, brought to you by the Lawton Marketing Group. We haven't talked about Lawton Marketing Group much tonight, but as always, we just really appreciate Lawton Marketing Group and what they give to the community and helping us be able to do this for the young men and women of Macarthur. And we're going to start off trying to play a long ball up here. Looks like we're starting back off with Pasquale at the center forward position, which Kobe, you like.
I like it a lot.
I like it too.
I wonder if he likes it. And that's
that's
not the determining factor, but I wonder how I think he probably feels comfortable there. I would guess that he
Well, I know he knows a lot of these kids on the Santa Fe South team.
I think he plays club ball with
a chunk of them, yeah.
I think he I don't know this, but I would think that he feels very comfortable up top in that position, and I think he's got probably a great capacity to be able to make a difference up there. He makes a difference. He makes a difference anywhere he plays, but let's go score some goals.
And we got a foul here called against the Saints. Jason Ford, a little different look with Jason putting these services in too, though. Usually we see either Boomer or Pasquale playing these services on these long free kicks. And I'll be honest, I'd rather have Jason up in the box on those.
So I think
Drew Holland falls down, grabs a hold of whatever he can grab a hold of.
He might be getting booked. He is.
Referee's going to put him in the book with the yellow card.
he earned that one. It's pretty stupid, really. It's just there wasn't any strategic advantage to it.
No, absolutely not. I think it was just a frustration.
Yeah. That's not the type of play you see from Drew very often.
No, it's not.
But when you're out here playing a team like this and you're down 4-0 and
he's sitting there talking to coach about it, kind of chuckling a little bit like, what do you want me to do, bud? Come on.
Anyway, I think with Ford back there, obviously we've got Boomer out due to injury, and we've got Pasquale up top, and so that's why they've got Ford taking those. But, man, I think if you like the setup the other way, even though the positions are different, just push Jason up top for that play and have Pasquale
that's what I'm
come
saying,
back and take the kick.
Pasquale puts a pretty good service in there usually.
Yeah.
And Ford's a big physical guy. I want him fighting for the ball in the box.
He's good at finishing in the box. I mean, that's something he can definitely do. I agree. I'd switch them. I like where they're at, where they're playing in the course of play, but when it comes to those free kick opportunities, I'd probably flip that.
Referee trying to decide if we're substituting or not. So we talked about Cohen Young. 21 Cohen Young came on long enough for Drew to serve his yellow card slap on the wrist. But Cohen's another one of those freshmen that shows a promising future for the Highlanders. Some work being put in there by Pasquale. Trying to get the ball pushed somewhere.
Man, what a kick.
It just seems like almost every pass they make is right where it needs to be. I'm gonna say that more often because that one floated a little long to Frank. So no, just this Santa Fe South team is just a great possession team, good on the ball, and their passes are crisp.
Every bit of all of that. Yes, they just very precise, work beautifully together as a team.
There's a good ball from Drew Holland. Just a little a little too far out in front of Dane on the other side there. Man, if only we had a kid that was about 6'4" with 7-foot legs. Oh, that's Dane.
Oh, strong tackle.
Number 8 for Santa Fe South coming in tough against Miguel. But Miguel can dish it out, too. He can.
I think it was Miguel coming in tough again.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. He came in.
I'm all right with that, too. I was about to say Miguel can come tough, too.
He did.
He's no slouch himself. Penalty given up by Devin Justice.
Is it?
The senior center back.
I was hoping that was going to go the other way.
He drug him down pretty good.
Oh.
Devin gets the yellow card. So Cohen Young comes on to give Devin his break. So he comes on to take his cousin's place for a little bit. Cohen's such a great young man. I can't wait till next year when he develops into that, that starting role, or at least, more of a playing time role on the team. Santa Fe South converts on that penalty kick. And takes a 5-0 lead. Got about 35 minutes left in the game. Like I was saying, Cohen's he's a great young man. I can't wait to see him on the field more often. He comes from a great family. Heck, his cousin's out there playing center back as a senior now. Be able to kind of follow in his footsteps and come up. I've had the pleasure of coaching him along with, with Ben Jones.
So what position has he historically played?
I always had him as either a center back or as a defensive midfielder, and he plays those positions well. So, and those are two positions that we have leaving us with seniors this year with Drew Holland and Devin Justice. So he has an opportunity to work his way into a job.
Well done, Drew.
Drew Holland, good working through the contact there. Frank Meyer's going to come up and try to put a service into the box here. And he does. It's a good service. Well defended, though, too. Matthew Aguilar steps up and stops it from coming out of the offensive half. So this is another one of the games, like I had mentioned in the Duncan game, where you can see just the big difference between the kids who are used to this physical play and some of the younger freshmen that just really haven't seen that much physical play and, aren't accustomed to that quite yet.
I think they're, just to nuance that a little bit, I think that they're accustomed, most of them probably, to physical play. The difference is they're not accustomed to physical play. Dang.
From kids that are
twice their size. 3 or 4 years older than them, right? And so you've been through your entire life playing with kids that are your age, because everything's age group, and then all of a sudden you get to middle school, you get a little bit of this, but it's the differences are everybody's still pretty much a kid. They're all more or less the same size.
Yeah.
But then suddenly you get to high school and you're a freshman and you're playing against quite literally grown men.
You're a 14 or 15-year-old playing against an 18-year-old.
Yeah,
and
there's the differences can be shocking.
Yeah,
shocking, and so that's like whoa, what is happening out here?
It's a hard lesson. I remember Braden learning it last year. It was like
hard on Dane.
What do I do? What do I do, Dad? Like, they're huge.
And then you stack on top of that, having growth spurts and stuff that go on a lot of times during that freshman year. I know Dane was.
Yeah.
he was experiencing that where he's always been kind of the biggest kid on the field. Suddenly he's not, and at the same time he's going through growth spurts, so everything's awkward and, just trying to figure out his new growing body, you know what I mean? Like it's just athletically, everything's different. It's a lot of transition for kids, and so I think that's why it's so rare to see freshmen get big minutes, and why when they do, it's such a big kudos to them.
Yeah. I remember Braden saying, Dad, I think I need to start lifting some weights.
Yeah. Fans didn't like that at all.
Absolutely not.
Very fired up. Well done, Frank. So the good news is, down 6, the fans are definitely still in it, supporting their team.
Yeah, and so even with a 6-0 deficit, we can say Frank Myers has had an absolutely great game.
He has had a great game. I'd like to know, it'd be great to see a stat sheet on how many offsides, how many shots on goal he's had against him.
Yeah.
How many saves he's made tonight? I mean,
how many saves are just all big plays aren't a stat. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
How many just big plays he has had?
This is dangerous.
That was a mistake.
I think that was a collective mistake. It was just poorly done by, honestly, kind of all of them.
So we're down. The Highlanders down 7-0 now. 30 minutes left in the game.
Like to have that one back.
Absolutely.
Santa Fe South has earned pretty much everything they've got on the board, and they earned that through hustle, but we gave them that one.
Yeah, that was gift wrapped.
Yep. But to his credit, man, he hustled his butt off to get down there and force it to happen.
So it looks like the Highlanders are moving Pasquale and Jason Ford back.
Putting Devin up top.
Trying to maybe save it a little bit. Put some more skill into the midfield. I don't know. What do you think?
Honestly, I think maybe just kind of playing around with some things at this point, which is what you should do. The game is in hand for Santa Fe South, obviously, and so let's not do what we always do. Let's take this as an opportunity to go do something we don't ever do.
Yeah, see what you can do to keep it from being a shutout, possibly.
Yeah.
You know.
Absolutely, and just see what you can learn. Put some people in some different places. Maybe you see something that you've never seen before. It was one of my favorite things to do as a coach. I just, thankfully, typically got to do it when we were way up instead of way down. But either way, I think it's making valuable use of the time, whichever circumstance it is.
It looks like we got 3 substitutes getting ready to come on. Cohen Young, Jason Shaw, and John Williams. More than likely, Jason and John will be coming in probably for Dane and Braden.
Yep.
Cohen for maybe Miguel or Micah. So we got Braden and Dane coming off and Miguel coming off. Cohen heading back there as a center back. Hasn't really got some quality minutes yet this season. He's had a couple minutes here and there and a little bit in the Newcastle tournament.
Well, I think he's about to get some quality minutes.
He's about to see some get an opportunity to make a name for himself as a defender.
Got Pasquale on the back line as well, something you don't see much of.
Pasquale and Jason Ford.
Oh, yeah. I hadn't even noticed him. You're right.
I think they put him back there to kind of try and slow things down a little bit.
Well, and if you want to try some different things up top and maybe bring some younger folks on the field, but you want to keep your talent level high, you push them back on defense.
Yeah.
Let everybody on offense go try some stuff, see what can happen, and hopefully try to keep the game in hand.
Looks like Ford is the left back.
Without getting out of control anyway.
And Pasquale's a kid that can see the field well. He reads the field well, and he can control, kind of communicate that to his teammates with what he sees,
Yep.
So having him as a center back is not a terrible idea at all. Having Pasquale on the field anytime.
Oh, nice.
There's Jason Shaw on a break. Gets the ball up over. Let's go! Jason Shaw with his first varsity goal as a Highlander. Makes it 7-1.
Look at this celebration down here on the sideline, man. His team loves it.
Wish we could get a shot of his mom right now.
Huge.
Losing her mind.
That is amazing.
But so huge, though, for the freshman, Jason.
What a perfect shot.
Yeah.
Floated right up over the top.
And he's been so frustrated this year, not getting many minutes at all and stuff like that. So that's a confidence builder, kind of that.
Huge, yeah. I belong.
Yeah, and I golf, right? And almost every round of golf that I play, usually about halfway to three-quarters of the way through, I say I'm never playing golf again. I hate this game, right? And then on the 18th hole, you hit that beautiful shot that makes you come back.
Yeah.
That's the beautiful shot that makes you come back, that says, you know what, I have it in me. Let's see what I got again next time.
Yep. And it's good for the coach, your coach to see that, who's been wanting to see, been looking for a finisher up top. And, man, everything about what Jason did there was great.
It was on point.
The run was perfectly timed. He was able to showcase his speed on the run. That's definitely off, yep. And then he finished. Man, he didn't fool around with the ball. He was patient. He let it settle just on its own, really. As he was continuing his run, it settled, and he just struck it.
I think he waited just long enough that the goalie committed to stepping towards him.
Created a gap behind him.
And that's all it took, because once that goalie's committed to coming forward, he can't get back. It's hard to get back.
Yeah.
He just went right up over him.
And now they didn't blank us.
Yeah.
Which is just really good. Yeah.
Yeah, you never want to go away from a game like this without getting any kind of positive to feed from.
And again, back to what we've talked about earlier, you're getting it from your youth, going deep on your bench to deep into your underclassmen to kind of see what you've got. Use these minutes that otherwise wouldn't amount to anything as far as for your program. Use them to learn and to get valuable minutes for these guys and for you to get to see what they're all about and what they've got.
And you don't have the guys up top right now that you would say that's who we need to have on there to put something on the board.
Right.
You don't have your Pasquale, your Jason, your Braden, your Dane up there.
Right. And we've done that though already. But it was Jason Shaw coming in off the bench who just with a beautiful play.
And like you said, his pace is great. He can get moving.
Gosh, that was deadly. Lucky to get away from that one.
That was a wicked shot.
It was. About a foot high, it looked like.
It looked like it stayed under the football crossbar.
I agree. It had bend on it, man. That thing was moving.
Yeah. If it stayed under the football crossbar, it was too close for comfort.
Yes.
Frank thought it wiser for him to drop back to his line on that one. Devin Justice looking to get on that one.
Jason Shaw was making the run just in anticipation that Devin was going to win the ball. He was already on the move.
Yep.
Instead of waiting to find out if he was going to win the ball, which is exactly what you want to see.
Look at that passing.
Wow.
Ball goes out for a corner kick for the Saints. The Saints from Santa Fe South. What a great set play.
What a play by Frank.
Great save by Frank.
See that ball coming back in on him?
Yep. And he punched it out.
Just a missed handle, missed clearance. Punched it out, I think, from the ground or coming up from the ground.
Straight up into the air almost. Gosh. Just far enough back. Barely far enough back that it was out of bounds.
Played.
Nothing he could do about that one. Headed in for Santa Fe South, making it 8-1.
All right, let's go get us another one. Hard to believe there's 22 and a half minutes left in the match.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Not going quite the Highlanders' way tonight. Not going near the Highlanders' way tonight. How about that?
No, not even close.
Going to try and move Jason forward into the center back with Pasquale. I think at this point it's a control to bleeding type thing. Santa Fe South starting to make some substitutions. I think for the first time in the game.
Is that right?
I think so.
I like it.
Jason Ford putting in some work there. Does get the foul called on him, but Frank getting his wall set up. Looks like he got number 24 here over here. That's an easy pass. Elects to play the ball into the middle. Well defended by the Highlanders. Just unable to get a good clearance out.
What do you think the emotions are for the seniors? What are they feeling right now? 20 minutes left in the game. It's their last game of high school soccer, probably, for most of them, the last game of soccer they'll ever play competitively. And what are they feeling?
I think they're probably feeling that don't let them get up by 10 on us, because we want to play the full game.
Yeah.
Number one.
Yeah.
And don't give up.
Yep.
They're probably talking to their teammates. Don't quit on us now. Let's go hard all game.
Somebody just got carded.
It's like one of the Santa Fe South players.
Number 8.
Number 8 for Santa Fe South receives a yellow card.
Huh. I had no idea what that was for, but
But I think it's quite possible that the seniors are the ones that made the adjustment to put Pasquale and Jason Ford in there as center backs, and keeping Drew in the midfield and moving Matthew into the midfield and Devin up at striker. I would not be surprised at all if that was a senior's call, wanting to do something to make an impact on the game, putting themselves in positions where they can make an impact,
Yep. Giving them a chance to get up top and just do jobs that they've done before in their soccer careers, but not this season. And so do you think, though, are they reflecting yet? Are they feeling, are they up in their feels, as the kids say, feeling all of this? Like, is it starting to hit them? Like, dude, I've got 19 minutes left. I mean, this is it. This is it. Are they feeling that yet?
I don't know that it would really hit them until after the game.
I'm feeling it a little bit for them. Like, and it feels intense,
but
to imagine being out there, whether you're up or down, either way, and obviously this isn't the way you want it to go, but just knowing, man, the clock's ticking.
But being the types of competitors that these boys are, I don't think they're even thinking about that right now.
Okay.
I think that their heads in the game. They're trying to make this the least bad possible.
Yeah. Living in the moment, right?
Yeah.
This is your last soccer. You should have your head in it and be enjoying it, and I like it.
Substitution coming for the Highlanders. Micah coming out. Jason Shaw coming out. Our lone goal scorer, Jason Shaw, getting his break.
Let's go, Jason.
And the Highlander faithful giving him his applause. And Wayne Wiaki coming out for Braden Frederick to come in.
That's two different games. We've seen Jason come in for some spurts, and I've really liked what I've seen.
Yeah, the future's bright. I mean, we're so deep at that winger position too,
And again, that's talking as a freshman, right? So
Braden actually made a little bit of movement happen there. Coming in as a center midfielder, just the second time this year he's gotten to play in the center of the field as a midfielder. So just a lot of different looks for Coach, I think, at this point, putting them in there with their seniors, kind of floating them around and seeing what's going to work best for me in the future.
Yep. And what are my options? Just seeing, I know that I can play Braden, for example, on the left wing and the right wing, but seeing that he's also, dang.
Dear God.
Wow.
That was wild.
Under the crossbar again.
That's another one that goes under the football crossbar, over the soccer crossbar.
Thankfully. Another deadly shot. Just barely off. And, man, the footwork to get to that striking position was ridiculous. He just carved right through us.
He's just leaving ankles lay all over the place.
Yeah, literally.
But, yeah, I think I can use Braden as an example because I know exactly what he has, right? So Coach knows he has a really good shot. Coach knows that he has decent footwork and he can beat people on the dribble as a winger, and Coach might be looking like, can we get him into midfield?
Right.
And then you have that option of Pasquale up top,
right.
if you can shift Braden into the midfield for a little bit.
Right.
Or you get Jason Shaw out there and, okay, so I have a winger to replace Braden if I move him. Or to replace Dane if I move Dane to the center.
Right.
So I think it's just getting a few different looks and understanding what you have and where.
Valuable time.
Yeah.
I've been there, where you've got like a Pasquale that you'd really prefer to have up top, but you feel like because of the makeup of your team and where you're at and what your needs are, you can't.
Yeah.
So he's in your attacking mid, and you wish he wasn't.
Yeah.
He's there because he has to be, because you have to have him there. But So yeah, if you can solve that riddle and put the puzzle together in a different way, that's one of the fun parts of coaching, is trying to find the best use of the pieces that you have to create the most dangerous setup you've got possible.
Santa Fe South on the attack again. Way to step up for Cohen Young there. Yeah, they like the long switch.
They really do.
That ball's up in for John Williams. Ball's coming up. Braden is late getting forward as a cam there. Probably should have been in position to intercept that ball, but a beautiful looping run by Santa Fe South, and then the ball going through for the winger that made the run. Devin Justice making his way forward. He has Dane to play in. Dane's up on the run. It gets the foul, and the AR's coming around the corner flag. It's going to be a penalty kick. Yes, going to be a penalty kick. Referee stopping the clock. The senior Drew Holland is going to take the penalty kick.
If we get one.
Maybe by next year I will learn how to do some instant replay, and we can get a better look at these type of situations.
That would be amazing. That would be really great. Not just for us in the box, but if we could broadcast the replay, that would be super cool.
You know, to be able to broadcast the instant replay of what happened or some good goals or whatever. I should be able to learn that by next year. And, you know, I think
we are the number 2 watch sport on OSN, so
yeah,
we probably should have some instant replay, I think.
So I think that, for me, the idea is just make the broadcast a little bit better each year.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
So that's what we're trying to do. Goalkeeper with a little bit of gamesmanship here, not going back onto his line.
I think he's been in these positions just a few times.
Oh, just a few thousand, I guess.
Drew does not look stressed. He looks as relaxed as he could possibly be, standing over the ball waiting for it.
So at this point, you know what I'm saying, there's not much stress to it.
Oh!
Drew Holland sinks it, making the score 8-2. Still in favor of the Saints, but did the Highlanders have a comeback in them in 13 and a half minutes?
Off of the foul that Dane got in the box?
Yeah, Dane. And I think Dane did well to draw that foul.
Probably drew the foul a bit there.
You know, not saying that
easy.
Yeah, not saying that there wasn't contact, but
there was.
There was contact. But Dane did the right thing.
Yeah.
The absolute right thing. If you're not going to get to the ball, at least go down and try to get that foul.
He did exactly the same thing that these very smart players on Santa Fe South team would do.
Yeah.
Which is, you bring contact like that in the box, they're going down.
Yep.
That's just part of the game.
But that's good for Drew getting that goal. As a senior, you know what I'm saying?
That was beautiful. He had to stand over that ball for quite some time.
Yeah.
Really great composure.
But the good thing about that is, you were talking about the stress. There's not stress there, really, you know?
Just because of where the game's at.
Where the game's at,
there's not much on the line.
Yeah, if you miss it, you didn't lose the game for your team.
Right. We got another booking here, number 6.
Another yellow card for Santa Fe South.
So not to cut you off, but do you know? Do your bookings carry over? Does this accumulation of 3? Does that carry over into the playoffs, or do you start over?
I think it does not, but I'm not totally. Don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% on that.
John, are you thinking it does?
I know Steve Dowdy told me something, but I can't remember what he said. If it carried
But I can.
The first game,
Because
I think it goes away.
Because if it does carry over,
Unless it's a red card.
there's some consequences here potentially for Santa Fe.
Yeah.
That's 3, I think, that they've got 3 yellows in this game.
But also they have a really deep team.
Totally true. But you always want your number ones out there. I mean, and to your point, they played their number ones until what? Until
about 10 minutes ago. Yeah.
20 minutes left in the game. Another one. Gosh, that's a
yellow card for Jason Ford. I think that was just a frustration drag down, but lessons learned. Wayne Viaki comes back out. Looks like a little bit of confusion as far as who's going where.
Looks like Dane's going left. I thought he was going center for a while.
I think they're keeping Devin at the center. Got the flag up for offside.
Now he's going right. Dane is.
And I think it's going to be Braden, Wayne, and 5 in the midfield. I have no clue here. We're getting it somehow, though. Looks like Drew went to center back.
Matthew Aguilar.
So Matthew Aguilar went into the midfield, or staying in the midfield with Braden and Wayne. It looks like Braden's playing more of a defensive midfield, which is a new gig for him. Devin Justice putting the pressure on the Santa Fe defenders.
Good work between the two of them there to shut that down.
Yeah, Wayne, Dane slowing him up and Wayne poking the ball away. Sometimes that's just what it takes, is a little bit of teamwork there to play defense. I don't know what's going on here.
Looks like they're saying an illegal throw-in.
No.
What was it?
Dane thought it was his.
Oh, was it?
Oh, they're calling a foul.
Oh, okay.
Oh, huh. Interesting. Well, now you know, and knowing is half the battle, right?
These guys are just all so good on the ball.
Yeah. So, like I was starting to say, when you were talking about them being in some card trouble or whatnot, Santa Fe South has like 2 or 3 JV teams.
Is that right?
I mean, it's just they got stacked upon stacked upon stacked.
Wow. Dang. That's just a different kind of deal right there, man.
Yeah, so I mean, they got players to choose from. They have talent throughout. It's just so deep.
Little shout out from Casey Kinder. Looks like he's tuning in.
He must be
watching the Highlanders. One of the great Latonians for sure. Heck of a guy.
Isn't his son coming up next year?
You know, I'm not sure. Next year or the year after?
Yeah, he's another part of that 8th grade class. Kale Kinder. I forgot about. I always forget about Kale so I'm used to seeing Kale like when he was younger, and he has just changed so much over the last couple of years. He looks like a totally different kid. John Williams, the senior, coming off the field. Frank Myers, goalkeeper, coming off the field. 8 minutes and 20 seconds left. Devin Justice with a break into the box, and
another foul. Nice.
Earned himself a penalty kick, and I really hope that they're going to let Devin. Yeah, Drew Holland picks up the ball, hands it to Devin.
So they were going to let Devin. Devin had the option to take the last one, and he said, no, not me.
Okay.
No. And he pulled himself back to about the 20, 25-yard line and just sat down on the ground and said, I'm not doing it.
So I think he didn't get a choice for this one.
But he wants this one.
Drew picked up the ball and kind of slapped it into his stomach like, you got it, dude.
Anything but high. Let's go.
Go. Devin Justice on the penalty kick.
That was the opposite of high. It's my favorite spot on the ground, outside corner.
Low in the corner,
low
yeah.
in the corner, just perfect.
With pace.
With pace, exactly. Beautifully done by Devin.
So the senior Devin Justice gets one last one in the back of the net to help send him off for his senior year. Highlanders still down 8-3 to Santa Fe South Saints.
3-8 though, man. That's.
And we got Jason Shaw on the breakaway score, showing great speed. Then Devin Justice and Drew Holland both with penalty kicks. Ball goes out of bounds for a Highlander throw-in. Highlanders playing a dangerous game here.
Yeah, was not a great touch from Pasquale, and Jason Ford did a great job to.
Hey, you can see the difference in the passing there. You know, like I was saying earlier, Santa Fe South, all their passes are really crisp. You know, a lot of our passes are not quite getting there sometimes, or getting halfway there.
Most of their work is on the ground too.
Yeah.
Instead of bouncing around in the air, and it makes it so much easier to maintain a clean possession, to move quickly off of when you receive the ball, instead of having to settle it down. You've instantly got it at your feet.
Foul called against Devin Justice on the sideline.
It was a little weak, but he got the call.
It's the same foul right at the same spot on the field that didn't get called when Braden got thrown away from the ball over here on the sideline too, you know?
Yep.
In front of the same AR that shook his head, and this time he waved the flag. I don't get it sometimes.
Bunch of quick whistles here. I don't know if they're trying to keep things under control or what.
I don't know.
Doesn't seem too chippy.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's getting even close to being
we did sub,
anywhere near out of control.
What's our backup?
Anthony.
Yep. Our backup keeper is
Anthony
in the game.
came in for Frank.
Again, very valuable minutes for him. You know,
looks like Devin's coming off to take a break, and Matthew Aguilar coming off to take a break. Drew Holland coming off to take a break. They're getting their round of applause from the Highlander faithful.
That's cool. Hugs all around.
Looks like they're done for the match, probably.
Probably. Feels that way.
Almost 5 minutes left. And I think the coaches are content to let the future play it out, you know?
Yep.
Which is a fitting way to go out of the season, I think. Let the future finish the match. kind of a cool way.
I do. I like it. I like the.
That ball's in again for Jason Shaw.
Gosh, I don't know.
And he took a step.
Oh man,
he took a step offside.
Close.
Awfully close.
He's so quick, that I just don't know.
Awfully close call, but we are not the ones with the correct view.
Literally what I said is true. I just don't know. I really don't. But it didn't feel like it.
Good work by Cohen on the sideline over there to try and get past the guys in the white jerseys. Looks like the Highlanders are trying to do everything they can to keep and I tell them the same thing. Look, keep Anthony safe.
Yeah.
As someone who's not super experienced in goal, he showed us on Monday that he can play well.
Yeah.
But you still want them to keep him clean.
No doubt. I mean, this is a team that could really lay it on him, and you don't want to do something like that would rattle his confidence or whatever. I mean, obviously, as the defense or as the rest of the team, you always want to keep your keeper clean.
Yeah.
But
there are some positions or predicaments you put Frank Myers into that you wouldn't, or like a Ryder Claiborne. That was an absolute rocket of a shot.
That was a killer.
But there are some predicaments you put a Ryder Claiborne or a Frank Myers into that you would not put any other keeper into.
Well, this is definitely in the frying pan type of stuff right here. So
yeah.
Yeah, it was a heck of a shot.
Looks like Matthew Aguilar's coming back out on the pitch.
Going to get him up top. Let him get a.
I'm not sure exactly the formation we're working here right now. It looks a little odd.
Schoolyard, man.
And that might be what Marcus said, just go out there and play ball, play schoolyard ball. The game's out of hand, as far as trying to get this win. Go out there, play some schoolyard ball, have some fun, talk it up a little bit. Do what you do on Saturdays.
Yeah, I like it,
Anthony taking away that cross.
It's good for the team. Just the team aspect of it. Just go out there and have a good time instead of taking it so seriously and feeling so beat down by the loss. Hey, listen, we lost. We accept it. Let's go have a good time. Put some real work in. Put some people in some different positions to do some things they don't normally get to do. And
yeah, you're telling them just be creative.
Yeah,
have fun with
exactly.
it. Kind of like we were talking about with the girls. Just be creative. Down to a minute and a half left in the match. Who's your player of the game tonight? I got an idea.
I feel like Frank.
I'm either going with Frank or the entire senior class just because they came out here and they put it all on their shoulders. I just...
You're liking the group effect tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, I think I am. But, these boys have... you can tell that these seniors tonight poured their heart and soul into the match, and I didn't see not one person really just put their head down and give up.
No, they never quit.
And that takes leadership.
They never quit. This whole team, seniors down, were in this game the entire way.
Yeah.
They've played, for the most part, very smart, unemotional, in a negative kind of connotation. And,
yeah. And I just think that takes leadership.
Yeah.
And that comes from your most veteran players. I think.
My other one, just to my second would have been just to at least throw his name out there would be Jason
Shaw.
I'm
with you on that
and getting us on the board. And really kind of starting a run of 3 scores we've got now, which was
putting an offensive spark into this game for us.
He proved. I really think he proved to the team that, listen, we can go score on these guys.
Yeah. And I'm 100% behind that one too. If you want to go with that.
But I like your senior. I like Jason Shaw, but I like your senior idea as well. And I think they led well today. I think in an odd way, maybe this team seemed the most a team they've
together
seen all this season.
Yeah,
they felt like a unit.
Yep,
they played like a unit, and I really liked the way they put this together. Now it's a loss, obviously. There's nothing to like about the score, but I just liked the feel of the way they handled this entire thing. And
yeah,
you look at your leadership, to your point, having a big impact on that, and they certainly did. So I'm in favor of that.
All right, so our Crazy Cones player of the game is we're going to go with our entire senior class, which includes John Williams, Devin Justice, Matthew Aguilar, Drew Holland. Those 4 gentlemen showed leadership on the pitch tonight and kind of kept our team in the game. Kept the heads in the game. It's really easy in a game like this to just drop the head and say, I'm done.
To turn on each other.
It's gone.
To
and
get
start turning on each other.
Nipping and barking at each other. I just didn't see
fighting and arguing.
Any of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right.
Cool.
This has been Rich Frederick, Kobe Edwards, and John Burke bringing you Macarthur Highlander Soccer on the Oklahoma Sports Network, brought to you by the Lawton Marketing Group. Thank you for joining us this season. This will be the last one this season, unless we bring you a playoff game, and keep an eye on Facebook to see about that, or on the OSN app. And it's been a great season. We really enjoy all the viewership that we get, and we'll catch you next season if we don't catch you in a playoff game.